Miggity, miggity, mic, miggity, miggity, mic, check 1, 2. It's the Random Show, episode number 74 with your boy, AgostinhoZinga. How you doing? How you feeling, gang? What's good? What's going on? 3 lives in 1 day. You know what I mean? Hardest working man on YouTube. Make some noise. Yeah. And actually, it's 1. It's 1 today because technically it's after 12, so whatever. But you know the vibes. Back at it once again. Hope you are well wherever this bloody stream may find you. We are back in the sector. Hang tight, everybody out there. Wishing you all a bloody Merry Christmas and all that malarkey. You know the vibes. All that Christmas stuff is boring, it's dead after the age of 16. If you're still celebrating Christmas, you're an absolute loser. Grow up, get a life, get some hobbies. Get someone who loves you, or find things that you love outside of Christmas, whatever you do. But if you're under 16, then who cares? Who cares? Oh, I just hurt my hand there, punching the desk. That's how hyped I am. That's how hyped I am. Yes, big up Uche in the chat. Big up everyone else joining later on. I appreciate every single one of yous. It's going to be an absolute blast. You know the vibes. You know what we're on. You know what time it is. No real delay in that regard. Make sure my screen comes back on. What's going on my screen? My screen's acting weird. Can you come back on, please? Whoops, there we go. It's making weird noises. Let me take out the cable. Hopefully make sure everything's okay. But yeah, man, here we are in it. Back again. Back again. Hang tight, everybody. Yes, big up Algorithm. Big up everybody in the chat streaming in. Little by little. Big up every single one of you guys. I appreciate every single one of you who are going to tune in today, because you should be at, you know, usually when you were younger, you'd be sleeping now so that you can wake up and get all the lovely Christmas presents in the morning. But, you know, if you're a grown adult, you probably already bought your gift and opened it yourself anyway, so you don't really need to do that sort of stuff in it, so it's not really necessary. Come on, what's going on there? Why is the screen not turning on anymore? My monitor's gone kaput because I think because I punched the desk, I was too hyped. Well, I'll go on for this. Come on, stay on, stay on. Are you going to stay on or not? There we go, staying on now. But anyway, big up the team. So, here we are, massive iced coffee today. We're going to keep ourselves nice and lubricated, you know, nice and hydrated and all that good stuff. So whatever you're sipping on right now, make sure you're grabbing that. And we're going to go through all the things that have happened in the last few days, because I've missed out on a bunch of stuff, a bunch of things. As Uche is saying here in the chat, much has happened in this past week. And I'm going to do my very best to catch up on all that good stuff so we can be updated. And I'm going to give you some of my thoughts and opinions on it. Some of which you might be surprised of, or surprised to hear from me, because, you know, I've had some time to marinate on my thoughts and whatnot, and I'm not as outrageous as I probably was when I first stumbled across all this good stuff. But you know how it is, as usual. Random show, loads of random topics we're going to go blurring through. I've got a list of things to go through. We're obviously going to get to the Crystalia stuff. We're obviously going to get to the Tory Lanez stuff. We're going to get to all those things sooner rather than later. You know how it is. But we're going to go through things little by little. So be patient with me, hang out, chill out. If you don't want to watch and wait, then you can obviously come and watch this back later when I put the timestamps and all that good stuff, and you can just skip ahead and all that good stuff. But if you are tuning in, please make sure that you do me a massive favor and smash that like button for me. Make sure everybody can see this little stream that I'm doing and they can know where it's going to be. Know what I mean? But yeah, big up Algorithm. You know the vibes, man. Cold brew coffees on this sort of days are perfect. Legit perfect. Like, I feel it's refreshing. The only thing that's annoying about it is that it takes so long to make. You have to make the coffee, then you have to leave the coffee to sit, then you have to put it in the freezer to chill. Like, it takes a while for everything to be done. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I want to drink it all right now and just gulp it, but I have to take it little by little. You know what I mean? Woo! Anyway, let's go. Let's crack on. First things first. Have you guys seen this? It's going off in Paris, man. Paris is on absolute legit fire because some crazy racist dude decided to shoot some people from the Kurdish community, and then I guess the Kurdish community probably feel like they're unsafe. They don't feel like they're protected well by the French police, specifically the Parisian police, and they decided to riot for a few days now, and it's gone absolutely balmy over there. So it's not the calmest it's ever been over there, to be honest. But it's just courtesy of the BBC. Paris shooting protests after deadly attacks on Kurds. Paris has witnessed a second day of violent unrest after Friday's deadly attack on the city's Kurdish community. Protesters who gathered on Saturday overturned cars, setting on fire and hurled objects at police. Officers responded by firing tear gas. 3 people were killed in Friday's attack, which took place at the Kurdish Cultural Center and restaurant. Bloody crazy. This is the article on the attack itself. It says the gunman has opened fire. This was yesterday. Opened fire, killing 3 people and wounding 3 others. The attacker targeted Kurdish Cultural Center and shot members of the local community. A possible racist motive is being investigated. The suspect, 69 years old, a white guy that did this, man. 69. Imagine. Was quickly arrested and soon it emerged he'd been freed from prison recently. Oh my God. No wonder the Turkish community or the Kurds are going crazy. This suspect was already known to police, freed recently, and then he went on to kill 3 people from their community. Absolutely disgusting. Clashes later broke out between police and a group who had gathered at the scene in the aftermath of the attack. Footage showed people starting fires in the middle of the street and smashing car windows, with officers in riot gear responding by throwing tear gas. Brother. Just before Christmas, man, it's going up in Paris, going up, up, up. Today might be the only real day of rest. Actually, I don't think so. Because I would imagine, are Kurdish people mostly Muslim, or are they some Christians? I wonder, but they're probably not going to celebrate Christmas regardless anyway. They're going to be turning up. The unrest came after a man described by witnesses as tall, white and elderly shot dead 2 men and a woman in the Rue des Angines, right? Rue des Angines or Angines in the 10th district of Paris. If you know Paris, you'll know that, or if you know Paris or if you don't know Paris, it's kind of like done on a ring system. Not sure if you've got cities like that in the US, but essentially the center is where all the posh bits are, and then as you go further and further out of the ring, so it starts with little, circle in the middle and then outer rings, that's where you get to the hood. So all the black and brown people are literally relegated to the outskirts of Paris. So when people say they're from Paris, they're nowhere near the Eiffel Tower, they're on the outskirts. That's where the hoods are, which is different from England. We have hoods in the center of East London. We have little sections, and obviously some nice bits, but in Paris, because it's kind of a circle kind of layout, all the hoods on the outside. I remember when I went there, because a lot of the fashion shows, sometimes if you're coming up and you don't have much money, you usually host them in areas where it's a bit rougher, because obviously the rents are cheaper than hosting it somewhere in the center. But then, you're able to go out there. That's when I really realized it for the first time. The rest came out there. Of the 3 people injured, 1 was said to be in critical condition and the others are receiving treatment for serious injuries. There's no confirmed motive of the shooting, but Paris prosecutor Laure Becou said the suspect had previously been charged with racist violence. How do you get charged with racist violence, get away with it, and still come out? Crazy. The incident in which he attacked tents. Oh my God, what scumbag. Imagine you have to be a proper bottom feeder to be attacking people in flipping migrant camps. That incident in which he attacked camps in a migrant camp in Paris with a sword took place in Bercy on 8th of December 2021. It's not clear why he had recently been released. Imagine attacking a migrant camp. Imagine an elderly white guy specifically going to a migrant camp where essentially, people are running away from all sorts of horrors from their native countries to try and make a better life for themselves and their family. You're going there with the specific intention of hurting people from a particular marginalized community. You stay in prison for less than a year, right? And you attack them with a sword, for fuck's sake. Then you get out in less than a year and you end up killing 3 people. No wonder they're turning up. No wonder. French Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin, how do you say that? Gérald Darmanin, who earlier traveled to the scene, said there was currently no known link between the suspect and ultra-right groups. No known link, Shut up, you cunt. No known link. How about he went and killed all Kurdish people, mate? What's that? Isn't that a bit of a link for you? Local Mayor Alexander Cordebard said the gunman also wounded in a shooting that 3 places come under fire: the Kurdish community center and restaurant and hairdressers. Why do people like this always survive? They never actually die by the sword, right? No pun intended. They always end up staying alive. We were walking in the street and heard gunshot. Witness Ali Dalik told BBC, we turned around and saw people running left and right. Then 5 or 6 minutes later, because we know people who work at the hair salon, we went in and we saw that they had arrested a guy. Another witness, a shopkeeper, told AFP she had locked herself in and she said she had heard 7 or 8 bursts of gunfire. Police eventually detained the suspect Detained him. Why didn't you shoot him between the fucking eyeballs? Without resistance, and reportedly recovered the weapon used in the attack. Prosecutors said that they had opened a murder investigation. Let me just see the video from the actual thing from the BBC. Let's see what I got. All these flipping cars being overturned and whatnot. Crazy. Fucking hell. Dégage. I think that's what, get out, right? Dégage. God damn. Look at that. Everything's on fire, lit up and absolute ransack. I guess the only good thing you can say about this, they obviously went to the center to run all this riots and, you know, turn shit over to get some attention and whatnot for their plight. That's the only good thing you can say for this. Fucking hell. Nah, but that guy's lucky to be alive, man. Honestly, those kind of pieces of shit, I don't know why they don't get shot on the spot. You're gonna go essentially. The sad thing about it also is that, you know what I mean. Like we don't really have flipping gun rights here in Europe. Well, there's some European countries obviously you're allowed to have guns, but for the most part you're flipping going to attack people who are defenseless, and then you don't have the flipping guts or the nerve to actually go down, you know, fighting. You just kind of give up and just hand yourself over, and the police arrest you calmly. Also, you should get shot on the spot for stuff like that. Honestly, what an absolute cretin. RIP those that lost their lives, isn't it? Absolutely horrible. RIP those who lost their lives. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. Next on this quickly, let's just mix things up a little bit. Where's that video I went to play? Have I got it here? Oh no, I don't have it, do I? Where's that video I went to play? Not that one, not that one. Not, is it that one? No, it's not that one. Yeah, there we go, here we go. There, let's play this. Have you guys seen this? I thought this was pretty informative, and if anything, this is kind of where I'm at in terms of my you know, overall long-term aspirations for what I want to do going forward and whatnot in terms of earning potential. And this currently maybe speaks a little bit to what Tom Segura was going on about when he was complaining about his fans from Your Mum's House and Two Beds One Cave being annoyed that he talks too much white rich guy shit on his podcast. But I think this kid had a pretty decent overview in terms of you know, the feelings that you have in terms of certain monies that you earn and whatnot, and what type of money that you need to earn in terms of being comfortable. Me personally, I'm at the minimum 5K per month. It's a real stretch goal. It's something that's going to take a lot of hard work to get to, but I think if I get to 5K minimum, I'm fine. Anything above that is going to be a bonus, but 5K minimum for me is definitely going to allow me to do the things that I want to do in terms of, you know, creatively, you know, going on vacation, starting little businesses and whatnot. All that kind of good stuff can be done for 5K and more. You can even rent a studio for that kind of money, especially here in London. There's many places you can find for less than flipping $600 a month that you could definitely sort out. But I thought his, you know, summation of things was pretty on the money. So let's play this video from this kid from TikTok.
All right, there's a myth going around that money does not change your life whatsoever, and that at $75,000 a year, that's the happiest you'll be, and it just goes downhill after that. That is wrong. I currently make 6 figures a month, and I will tell you the points at which your life actually changes. Below $5,000 a month, counting pennies all the time, it's not fun. 5 to 10K a month, you're living comfortably, but you still kind of have to check the bank. Just make sure it's all there, right? All right, 10 to 15K a month, this is like prime middle class. This is where you actually start to like not feel the pressure of like money at all. In most places in the world, you will be completely fine here. You could probably just live here the rest of your life. 15 to 20K is dangerous because you actually start to feel like a baller even though you're not. So you see a lot of finance dudes, this is where finance dude money is, between 15 and 20K a month. They start to spend a lot on dinners and they buy a nice car or something like that, and they think they're balling, you're actually not. You have to still act middle class in order to have a lot of money. All right, 20 to 30K a month, it starts to get fun, right? This is where you can afford, you know, $3,000 a month rent and a $2,000 a month car payment if you want. and you can travel places and not like worry about hotels and stuff like that. Like you're not gonna stress. And you start paying money to make up for inconveniences. So I don't like to be inconvenienced whatsoever. And so a lot of my money goes to like making sure that I don't have to worry about that. Like if I want to cancel an Uber, I cancel an Uber. I don't care about $6. Or I will order Uber Eats every single day and not ever cook because I don't want to. 30 to 50K a month is where you start to own nightlife.
Imagine having to earn 20K per month not to worry about cancelling a $6 Uber. the world we live in, man. God almighty.
So if you're young, this is probably the point where you're going to start to spend money on bottles and stupid shit, right? And this is where you can get hit with like a $1,000 charge. That's kind of like, you know, you go out for dinner or something like that. You pay for dinner or you get bottles or something like that. It doesn't really hurt that much. You start to spend money on shit that actually is really dumb and nobody really needs it. 50 to 100K a month is where it actually gets fucking real. This is where you stop letting life happen to you and you start happening to it, right? You get to customize everything. I drive the truck that I want. It's $160,000. I have a fucking fire view of Miami. Money starts to mean nothing and it's coming in all the time. So like you don't even check the bank. Remember before I was talking about you check the bank all the time at like 10 to 15? I don't know what I have in there. All of my friends, I have like a handful of friends that are at this level as well, and they're all the same way. They have like stupid cars, they have multiple cars, they have apartments, they talk about buying houses just for fun, right? Price of things no longer matters.
So, yeah, some very good insights there. For me personally, I've never really had much bother for all the fancy stuff. So the bottles service and all those kind of, you know, paying $2,000 a month for rent and crazy amounts on a flipping car note is crazy. Personally, I'd rather go and buy like a vintage car outright or do it up or whatnot. That would be much better, or just buy a Tesla outright or something like that. And obviously put something down on the house in terms of a mortgage. But paying obscene amount per month just to rent and lease stuff has never really been an important factor for me. But I think with 5K minimum, you can get away with quite a bit. And obviously, I feel like live somewhat of a fulfilling life. That will mean you can be able to cover whatever rent that you have now at the moment. Maybe if you want an upgrade, again, maybe the 5K in a month I'm thinking of is if I keep my lifestyle the same. I think the only issue is that for the most part, I think most humans do this. Whenever you start earning a bit more, your lifestyle choices start to start to increase a bit. So if you start earning, let's say you're on 20K a year, then suddenly you're on 30. Suddenly now you start getting the Starbucks when beforehand you were taking coffees to work. But if you keep sort of that kind of level of modesty, it can allow you some wiggle room to do the things that are fun. So for me, if I kept my outgoings the same, but then I started earning more, it would allow me to like every month be able to upgrade my equipment, go to flipping Berlin every month if I wanted to, you know, maybe afford a bigger place with more room, maybe afford a studio separately. All these things would be there if I just kept my outgoings the same. And that I think is the best way to kind of approach things, especially considering this kind of new age we're kind of all kind of, you know, going into, where, you know, AI is going to take over, automation's already is, you know, near and far, wherever it may be. So all those things are going to render some of the jobs that we are doing kind of null and void. So you're going to need to either try to earn more or try and make whatever you're earning now stretch and make it work a little bit. And I think for me personally, little things you can do can really help to really kind of make you have a better, what's that thing called, sense of a better kind of happiness in terms of life. Is just doing little things. I remember when I was getting my first jobs, the first thing I always kind of did was to buy something that I necessarily wouldn't be able to buy if I didn't have the job. So like a big purchase, whether it was like a nice parka, like a coat or something that you could wear for years or whatnot, a nice laptop, a new phone, a camera, whatever it may be. Buy those things maybe every month, every other month, so that you have something to look back on, you know, in the year and say like, oh wow, this is what this job afforded me. Or if you like experiences, why not gift yourself or treat yourself with a holiday? It doesn't need to be somewhere far flung. It can be somewhere in your own state, somewhere in your own locale. You can go away for a weekend, you know, book a little cheeky Airbnb and just hang out and coach and have a good vibe. And those things will go a long way in terms of kind of improving your just overall, what's that term people use when they want to describe life being good? Your overall, Not sense of self. What is it? My mind's going blank. Your overall something. What is it? Quality of life. Yeah, that's it. You want to improve your quality of life. Those little things definitely help. But I thought that was super informative. But again, I think some of these TikTok crypto bros, their aspirations are really, really nuts in terms of trying to earn like 6 figures a month. You know, there's only so much grifting everyone can do to earn 6 figures a month for the most part. Somebody's definitely getting scammed. But I feel like at that stage, when you're those kind of kids, you probably don't care who's getting scammed as long as you're getting to the bag, which is obviously destructive and not the most helpful thing in the world. But for me, 5K per month minimum is definitely something that I could easily achieve with a bit of hard work and elbow grease. So I'm curious, again, if you guys end up watching this after the fact, what is your ideal minimum that you would want? What would it be? 5K, 10K, 15K, 20K, 25K? Let me know in the chat also. What is your minimum that you would love to earn that would allow you to have the, again, nothing crazy. We're not talking like, you know, we're not talking fucking Elon Musk money or whatever it may be. We're just talking about the extra bit of bump in your salary that would allow you to do more of the things that you enjoy. What would it be? In LA, it's 10K. Oh, shit. God damn it, man. 10K. Yeah, but to be fair, I'd imagine the rents in LA aren't the cheapest as well. I probably, what's like a 1-bedroom apartment go for in flipping? What is it? Is it, how do you get apartments in LA rent? I don't know how do you do this? Let me see. I'm curious to see how much it is. How much? Okay, that's what I heard, isn't it? Zillow. People talk about this place a lot, right? Zillow, this website. Let me see what they're saying here. Imagine I want the same place that I've got now. My place that I'm living in now is like a 1-bedroom, right? 1-bedroom, living room, you know, living room and kitchens together, but technically it's 2-bedroom, but it's specifically a 1-bedroom. So I want to rent, and I want 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Number of bedrooms, 1. Exact match only. My numbers of bathroom, 1. Imagine having 2 bathrooms in a 1-bedroom house. That'd be fucking hilarious. Let's see what they've got here for me on Zillow. Let's see what the vibe is saying. 1,195. Oh shit! God damn, $2,000 a month. Yeah, this is kind of the same sort of setup that I have already going on here. The same kind of setup I already have. Shit. Get this out of the way. Holy shit, mate. LA's not cheap, innit? Fucking hell. $2,000 a month. Don't get me wrong, the apartments look nice. Some of them look really shiny. 2,500. Got $3,000 here. Holy smithereens. 2,100 there. Yo. It is not cheap. It's not cheap to live in LA at all, is it? And these are all like, what are these? Like apartment blocks, right? I guess they're in particular areas. I guess there's certain areas that you'd want to live in LA and certain areas you probably wouldn't. And again, you have to factor in, you got to drive everywhere also. I don't have a driving license. I'm going to have to learn how to drive. Mamma mia. This does not seem fun. Shit. $2,000. 7,000. Who's paying 7,000 a month for rent on a fucking 1-bedroom? Let me see this place. $7,000. Are you silly? Let's see this place. Holy shit. Oh, really? Food delivery guys make 7K a month. No way. Wow. Uche with a big baller status, 40K a month. Yeah, get it. But yeah, I want to be a philanthropist. Yeah, I feel that. I think with 40K you can look after people too. That's a good amount to be able to look after people and not have it kill you. Do you know what I mean? That's a really good amount, to be fair. Shit, 7,000. What's the details of this? Apartment, central calling, parking, laundry. Okay, let's read the description here. A secluded sanctuary unlike any other situated in the west side of Los Angeles. Respara is the newest collection of residencies offering a premium curated living experience combined with a distinguished hospitality services and multifaceted wellness amenities that support a holistic, nurturing lifestyle. Bruh, I just want to sleep and shit. Like, what the fuck is this? What is that? What are they trying to tell me? I just want to sleep, shit, and shower. They're trying to sell me amenities and what are these like fucking happy endings and shit in the apartment block? Like, what I want for this? Inspired by Respara's surrounding acres of lush greenery, tranquil ambience, the residencies breathe sophistication and intimate living spaces, complete with elevated mid-century modern designs, opulent finishes, state-of-the-art technology, and bespoke lifestyle services. Yo, what is a lifestyle services? Does that mean you're gonna get an escort that doesn't come around your house and give you a little wiggle? Like, what is this? Ask a question. Yeah. Is she Latina? Yo, 7K. 7K a month. Yeah, it better come with fucking furniture. It better be fucking furnished. If you're making me pay 7K a month, it better be furnished. It better be furnished. The fridge better have some water, a couple of bottles of orange juice as a welcome present. Look at the floor plan. It's exactly like my place. Living room dining with a kitchen, 1 bedroom, wash. Like, fuck me. 7 grand a month. Oh my God. And the bad thing about these places, they don't really have any personality, right? They're kind of those soulless apartment blocks most people have in most metropolitan areas, right? They're made out of concrete and steel and loads of glass. They'll look very uniform, very bleak and drab. Yeah, you better be pulling up in a what is it, an Aston Martin or something? You have to be pulling up in that, innit? You can't be pulling up in a place like this riding a fucking skateboard, can you? Shit! 7K a month! Holy moly, man. Big up my LA guys, man. You guys... Holy smokes. I pray for every one of you guys. Minimum 2,000 for a studio flat. And then you got 7,000. Shit. That is insane. I'm legitimately shocked at this, man. But yeah, god damn it. I didn't know the housing prices over there were that expensive, but it makes a lot of sense now. Now it also makes sense why all these fucking LA comedians are so grifty. You got to make a living, innit? You have to pay your rent. Legitimately, every month you're literally on the brink of bankruptcy every single month. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Holy shit. That is crazy, honestly. My God. Anyway, moving on. Look at this, bruh. Look at this. In my opinion, maybe you guys disagree, but in my opinion, I think American footballers and soccer players or professional football players here in the UK, we call it football, the actual real football, and NFL players, I think personally, have the best physiques. Of course, we're not talking about linebackers and tight ends and all those kind of big gargantuan fat dudes. I'm talking about everybody else that plays football in the other position. I legitimately think those guys have the best physique. Like, look at these dons. Look at how ripped and jacked these guys are, man. Look at that. That's the goal for your boy Agostino. I don't look like a fucking convict. A fucking athletic convict. Do you know what I mean? I can steal your girl, I can steal your girl, I can steal your car, you know, your child. You know what I mean? That's what I want to look at. That's what I want to look at. Look at this. My guy is absolutely wham to the bone. Look at him. Snood only, couple of chains. Back looking like fucking mahogany. Look at that. Lumps and bumps in places that don't exist. I didn't even know you could have muscles in that bit. You know what I mean? Shit. Roy's or not, I'm still in awe. This is definitely the goal for moi. This is definitely the goal. Look at him. Below 10 degrees, training with tops off. This reminds me of like back in the day here in the UK, we'd go and play Sunday League football, and sometimes the hardest ones will turn up in flipping shorts with no tights, no undershirt, and just be playing football. Everyone's like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking freak. So imagine you're the opposing team and you're seeing these guys warming up topless before the game. If there's one thing those kind of guys like also, it's fucking Bible scriptures on their pecs, innit? It's a Tory Lanez tattoo, innit? black guys in America love a good fucking pectorial quote. Bible scripture, right? John 3:16, Isaiah, whatever, Matthew, whatever. They love a good Bible scripture on the pec. Look at that, mate. Oi! Bloody hell. He's fucking jacked, man. I've got some ways to go, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Woo! Yeah. I'm on that. That's me personally. But yeah, so in terms of best physiques, I'm definitely gonna go footballers. I'd probably go triathletes, then NFL, and then the rest. That's for me. Professional footballers, triathletes, and then NFL guys probably. That'll be my top three in no particular order in terms of athletic specimens. Personally for me, but yeah, big up those guys. What team do they play for? I think the Hawks or something like that. I don't know what team. Don't ask me which one. Ucha saying rugby players are hot. Yeah, for sure. If you're after that big and burly man that could just pick you up and do whatever it needs to be and protect you off your shoulder. Yeah, for sure. Now rugby players are definitely there as well. Even the Aussie rule guys as well. They actually look quite dashing also for some reason. I wonder why that does attract guys that look like that for the most part. Maybe it's like what they exude in. I'm not really too sure. But anyway, big up them, man, innit? Big up them, man. Moving on. Have you guys seen this? Lex Friedman's getting bullied and he sounds a bit upset. This happened the other day. What happened? Why is he getting bullied? Let me think about it now. Oh, that's why. I think Lex was getting bullied because if you guys remember, recently Elon Musk did a poll where he said, do you want me to continue as CEO or step down or something? Everyone voted yes. And then, started trolling him because obviously he didn't follow through his promise to step down. And then I think in the melee of all that, Lex Friedman put his hat in the ring and said he'd like to run it. But the funny thing and sad thing, I think Elon kind of subtweeted him and said, the people who want the power least deserve it sort of thing, basically saying that, Lex is a flipping, a silent flipping sociopath just ready to explode. The moment you gave him the keys to the flipping building, he would just go crazy. But ever since then, people have been trolling him really hard. And again, I think Lex is really, 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 really corny and really cringe. And I've said it before, I think he's a turbo dork and incredibly, incredibly embarrassing and maybe somewhat on the spectrum considering how old he is and how juvenile he seems to act and how naive he is. But I don't think it's a crime to be a fanboy. And I really do want to ask the question, what do you think is the issue? Why do we have such a visceral, kind of guttural reaction to people who are overly fans of other people? To the point where they're standing or they're fanboying or they're just, too much in kind of ingratiated or obsessed with this person. Why can't we stand it? Because basically, Lex Friedman's biggest crime is that he really, really loves Joe Rogan. And he really, really loves Elon Musk and obviously AI and shit, right? And MIT. But for sure, he loves Joe Rogan and he flipping loves Elon Musk. Is that really a crime? I know it's a bit embarrassing, it's a bit cringe, it's a bit kind of off-putting, but he hasn't really done anything wrong. And also, I really enjoy his podcast. I legitimately, him aside, as a person, bit cringe, bit annoying, turbo dork. His podcast legitimately might be one of the best podcasts, pound for pound, episode for episode out there. He's one of the best interviewers out there, very underrated. He gets some of the most interesting guests on there. It feels like I learn something every single episode I'm watching it. He legitimately has one of the best podcasts out there, and his clips channel, whoever puts the clips together, I'm not sure if it's him, but whoever puts them out on a rapid flipping pace, they're amazing. Everything about the operation, the layout of it, the studio setup, the lighting, the microphones, it all just works perfectly. And I think, and even the intro, he doesn't waste too much time fluffing around. He gets straight to the heart of the issue. So as a podcaster, he's really up there for me. I really enjoy his pods. I rarely miss an episode. As a person, I can understand why he's cringe, but also, like I said, is it a crime to be a fanboy? Is it really a crime to be a fanboy? Like, so what? He fanboys over, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. There are worse people you could be fanboys of. And even Elon Musk and Joe, are they even that bad, really, to be honest? The people that really make Prince Elon's probably gone a bit off the reservation and maybe he's kind of turning people off. But the thing that makes Elon and Joe insufferable are their reply guys, right? They're over, Joe has that Robin Black dude on Instagram who's always fucking commenting on Joe Rogan's post. One of the first people to comment on there. Elon has a whole bevy of guys who are way invested in Tesla stocks and all that sort of bullshit and just love everything that he does and suck him off at a moment's notice. Love all the SpaceX stuff and all that malarkey. But as people, they're not too bad. Not too bad, in my opinion. Again, I've contributed to some of the Lex hate, I'm sure. I think it's insufferable. I hate the way he operates his fucking Reddit, where if you have anything critical to say, he just bans you completely instantly, and you can't, not even critical, even just some constructive feedback, he'll just ban instantly. Like, he has that whole thing about, oh, I ban in love and peace and shit. You can go and fuck off with that shit. And even during the whole start of the Ukraine, maybe the thing that turned me off to him mostly was when the whole Russian invasion of Ukraine happened, and he tried to say that he wanted to stop the war by getting fucking Vladimir Putin to sit down on his podcast and approach it with love and all this sort of bullshit. Like, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? That kind of over inflated kind of sense of self where you legitimately think speaking into a microphone is going to allow you or is going to help in any way, shape or form to end the war is absolutely crazy. But aside from that, the guy seems pretty fine, in my opinion. I don't really have an issue with him. And I feel like some of the hate is gone a bit OTT and people just kind of pick on him because he's an easy target. He's not necessarily very cool. He's not necessarily, he doesn't, even though he's a fucking jiu-jitsu black belt, he doesn't come across as intimidating. He doesn't exactly, he's not, he's not the most witty person in the world, not the most, I don't know. There's something a little bit asexual about him. Maybe that's why people don't like him. I don't really know. Even the asexual thing. So what? I don't know. What's people's issue with the guy? I really don't understand it. It's really bizarre. People go way over the top in terms of their hate for him. But again, maybe I contribute to it, so I can't, be sitting here saying these kind of things. But like I said, I enjoy these podcasts. I think it's absolutely amazing. I really recommend checking it out. But these are the tweets that he was that I mentioned where I feel like he might be a bit sad. A few days ago, he said, I will never give in to cynicism. Love to you all. And another one said, sadly, I've been attacked a lot over the past 2 days. For example, my Wikipedia page has been edited to mostly remove my time at MIT. I'm a research scientist at MIT working since 2015. I love it. The people there are amazing. The attacks aren't fun, but I remain optimistic. Yeah, man. All that. Honestly, sooner rather than later, he's going to explode. Much like Crystalia, there's going to come a point where he just snaps and he might, unfortunately do a bit of a Chris Benoit on his family. But there will come a time where all this kind of optimism and, willful naivety will end up biting this guy in the ass, and you'll realize that real life isn't actually like that. And even if you do wish for the best, sometimes the worst happens. And sometimes with the best intentions that you address people, sometimes people can just show you their evil face regardless. So, I don't know. People need to chill out with the Lex hate, man. There's far worse people out there you should be going after. I think Lex is fucking cool. He's somewhat harmless. It is what it is. And also, it's not a crime to be a fanboy. It's not a crime to be a bloody fanboy. Moving on from this one. Oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Jeremy Clarkson is going after Meghan Markle and shit. Have you guys watched the documentary, the Prince Harry and Meghan Markle documentary on Netflix? I've watched bits of it here and there, but I got really bored really quickly. What I've seen so far, it hasn't been the best documentary ever. I think whatever intention they had of maybe rewriting a narrative or trying to come across somewhat likable probably backfired. If anything, even though people look at Prince Harry now from a documentary and think it's a bit of a cuck, I actually rate Prince Harry. You can tell he legitimately is super duper head over heels in love with Meghan Markle. Like, he loves that woman for real. And you can kind of understand why their relationship probably came at the right time. You meet somebody, it's a right time, right place. He was probably going through whatever madness he was going through behind the scenes with the royal family and his extended family. He needed an out, but because he had no, he's a direct descendant, there's no way to kind of him just get out on his own. He kind of needed an excuse and needed a sort of Trojan horse. He needed somebody with a crowbar like Meghan Markle to come in and start just mashing stuff up, and then he could kind of slip out in the background. And that's what he did. And I think, clearly they have a really, really tight bond. You can definitely tell that. But there's no denying Meghan Markle has also used the opportunity of being, you know, linked or being in a relationship with somebody like a Prince Harry to kind of boost her profile. I don't buy, again, her naivety, all this fucking nonsense about not knowing who the royal family were and, you know, and Prince and how big of a deal Prince Harry was. It just came across really, really disingenuous. I really got a vibe that she was a little bit more calculating that she's trying to let on, which isn't a crime, of course, but I don't think the doc worked in their favor. But it seems like there's a lot of anti-Meghan Markle specifically rhetoric. I don't see people coming at Prince Harry too much, even though he has his foibles. I see a lot of the criticism coming towards Meghan Markle, and this is the latest one, courtesy of Jeremy Clarkson. Look what he said in his column, right? He issued an apology, but look what he said in his column. Look what he said. Meghan, though, is a different story. I hate her. Not like I hate Nicola Sturgeon or Rose West. I hate her on a silly level. He compared Meghan Markle to Nicola Sturgeon and Rose West. Crazy. At night, I'm unable to sleep as I lie there grinding my teeth and dreaming of a day when she's made to parade naked through the streets of every town in Britain while the crowds chant shame and throw lumps of excrement at her. Fucking hell. What is wrong with these people? Honestly, how can she kind of inspire such a negative reaction in some people? I really don't understand it. I really don't get it. But also, I love the double standards and this sort of stuff, innit? Certain people can say certain things about certain people and get no punishment and keep their jobs, while others have to flip and tread over water. But yeah, absolutely crazy. Let's see the apology here. It says the Duke and Dust. Oh, actually, read the title. Sorry, the title. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle criticized the Sun's Jeremy Clarkson's apology. Of course, he apologized for what he said because that was crazy. You know, saying that he hates to the cellular level, and then they said as follows: the column in which Clarkson had said he hated Meghan on the cellular level received more than 20,000 complaints. Imagine you get 20,000 complaints for a column you write on the Sun. Wow. A spokesperson for the couple accused the Sun of profiting off and exploiting hate, violence, and misogyny. Well, duh, it's the fucking Sun. Unfortunately, we're not holding our breath, says a true apology. Spokesperson described Clarkson's comments as dangerous, adding, the fact that the Sun has not contacted the Duchess of Sussex to apologize shows their intent. This is nothing more than a PR stunt. On Friday, the Sun said it regretted publishing the broadcaster's column and was sincerely sorry. It was already out, man. It's still, they haven't taken it down from the website either. It's still here. That's the column. It's still there. It's still here. It's still here. And obviously, it's obviously been immortalized on Reddit. But it continues. The piece became an Independent Press Standards Association's most complained about article. Clarkson asked for it to be removed from the Sun's website. Look at him tweeting. Oh dear. I'd rather put my foot in it. In a column I wrote about Meghan, I made a clumsy reference to a scene of Game of Thrones, and this has gone down badly with a great many people. I'm horrified to have caused so much hurt, and I shall be more careful in the future. How do you keep your job? But the funny thing is, him making it out like it was a faux pas when he said what he said. You know, this bit would be okay. The at night, I'm unable to, this kind of Game of Thrones reference. But he started it here. This is where the smoke started. Meghan, though, is a different story. I hate her. Not like I hate Nicola Sturgeon or Rose West. I hate her on a cellular level. Oh, absolutely shocking. Look at this guy, man. Clarkson's column published on 16 September where he criticized social media, and his daughter Emily said she stood against everything her father wrote about the Duchess. Even his own daughter is disowning him. Absolutely crazy. Kevin Ligo, ITV's media entertainment boss, described the comments made by Clarkson as awful, but said there was no plans to replace him as a host of the game show. Of course there's no plans to replace him. Sounds about white to me. Sounds about fucking white. But Jesus Christ, Jeremy Clarkson doing his best to get fired and never does because he's fucking Jeremy Clarkson, isn't it? But yeah, what else are we going to talk about here? Oh yeah, let's talk about this quickly, man. R.I.P. the fucking great Maxi Jazz, man, from Faithless. Fuck me. This came out of the blue. Faithless lead singer Maxi Jazz dies at 65 years of age. You know, If you don't know about Faithless, then get off my fucking live stream. Bloody hell, absolute legend. RIP to the GOAT. Thoughts and feelings go out to his friends and family. I had no idea. I guess maybe he might have been ill. I'm not too sure because 65 is still relatively young, especially for someone like him who was touring and performing all the time. It says here, Maxi Jazz is the lead singer of British dance act Faithless has died at 65. The musician and DJ, whose real name is Maxwell Fraser, was a core member of the group, best known for his club classic Insomnia. Former bandmate Sister Bliss said he died peacefully in his sleep in his South London home on Friday night. Okay, so I'm assuming it was definitely something, definitely an illness of some sort, I'd imagine. Sending love to all of you who shared our musical journey. Look after each other. You're here. Faithless were known for their singles, including We Become One, which reached the top 3 in the charts in 2021, in 2001, and Dance Hit Insomnia, which reached 3rd in 1996. Reggae band UB40, who toured with Jazz in 2017, paid tribute. Imagine seeing flipping UB40 and fucking Faithless playing the same bill. Paid tribute to the singer with reference to an Insomnia single. A lovely guy, again, who has gone too soon, but finally, Maxi, you can get some sleep. A statement shared on Maxi Jazz's Instagram, signed by his former bandmate, said, "He's a man who changed lives in so many ways. He gave proper meaning and message to our music. He's also a lovely human being with time for everyone and a wisdom that was both profound and accessible. It was an honor, and of course, it was a true pleasure to work with him. He was a brilliant lyricist, DJ, Buddhist, and a magnificent stage presence. Car lover, endless talker, beautiful person, moral compass, and genius. Born in Brixton, Jazz was the fronted bands of Maxi Jazz and the E-Type Boys and released music with the group Soul Food Cafe. DJ Pierce said Faithless became an iconic force in the UK dance music mid-90s and touched so many lives. He said jazz dance music poet and a warm and very friendly soul." So yeah, big up Maxi Jazz, man. Absolutely crazy. Big up Maxi Jazz. RIP to the GOAT. Gone too soon. Gone too soon. Next, we're going to talk about here. 1 minute. Oh, it's 46 minutes in. Okay, cool. Let's just quickly move on. Oh, let's move on to this one, then we're going to move on to the Crystal Lear stuff. Hey, have you seen this? Man, you guys in America need to tell me what going on with your opiates out there. Or opioids. Sorry, opiates. Opioids out there. Because this is fucking tragic. Big SCARR, obviously from 1017 and mostly, and you might know him as well from features with Pooh Shiesty and whatnot, died at 22 years of age, man. 22. And allegedly they're saying that it may be because of a Percocet overdose. That's what I think his uncle or somebody said recently. Absolutely tragic, man. You guys need to tell me what is the actual effect of a perk? What does it make you feel like? Because the rappers seem to absolutely love it out there. Like, they absolutely bang the perks. There's many videos of Big SCARR from time. If you're a fan of his, you would have known there's many of his Instagram lives where he's legitimately just nodding off and zoning out and whatnot. But I wonder what he was all about, man. Like, what is it about perks that make people so addicted to them? They can't seem to get more. They can't seem to get enough. This is real tragedy, man. RIP to Big SCARR. One of my favorite up-and-coming rappers, actually. I was a big fan of his. Still am. Still gonna bang his music. Big SCARR, an up-and-coming artist in the rap game, has died. Law enforcement sources say SCARR, real name Alexander Woods, was pronounced dead on Thursday. We're told the case is an ongoing death investigation, but there are no signs of foul play. Gucci Mane, who has a label SCARR was signed to, posted his death saying, "I'ma miss you." Big SCARR was a member of the Gucci 1017, and he was also most recently named on the 2002 XXL Freshmen's list. Sorry, 2002 XXL Freshmen's list. The guy collaborated with big acts like Offset, Pooh Shiesty, and he's best known for his song Sulky Boys with Shiesty, Foggiano, and Tay Keith. Big SCARR's debut mixtape, Big Grim Reaper, was released on April 16th of last year, and it reached top 25 Billboard charts. But yeah, imagine how flipping Foggiano and fucking Pooh Shiesty must feel learning of this news in prison. Fucking tragedy. I think Pooh Shiesty's due out in about 2 more years, isn't it? Maybe 3 more years. As for that, how Big SCARR got his stage name, he was badly scarred in a car accident when he was 16 years old. The accident causing him for well, we know about that. But yeah, RIP to Big SCARR, man. What are people saying here? I had a perk phase, Uche saying. Back in the day, it's just pure euphoria. I don't give a fuck energy. Okay, cool. So does it feel like ecstasy a little bit? Is it like an ecstasy? Perk puts you in a good mood and lots of energy, lots of fake ones, but out there, Percocet has a very light filler and is strong in small MG, so it's the best pill to toot. They fix too many problems, cruelly effective. Oh yeah, that's true. The one and under. That's very poetic and very, very true, I'd imagine. They fix too many problems, cruelly effective. God damn. I say Harlem, pure perks are amazing. Bloody hell, man. Yeah. I'm aware of that, man. They're blood cousins as well. So just imagine how he must be feeling now, learning that news in flipping prison and knowing he's not going to be out for a while, man. Absolutely crazy. Oh, people are saying he died of a fake perk. Maybe, or maybe it could just be an overdose too. I'm assuming you can overdose on Percocets, right? You probably can overdose on them. But yeah, R.I.P. Big Scar, man. Really, really big fan of his. Unfortunately, gone too soon. 22 is no age to go, in my opinion. So much more to give, but it seems a common thing, innit? When you got that much money, that much access to stuff, you know, you got fans probably giving you flipping pills and sending you some or bringing them at shows and shit. Absolutely crazy, man. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I'm sure you can OD on real ones, and I'm sure you can OD, or you can obviously suffer a negative reaction if you take a fake one. Those things obviously make sense to me. But I'd imagine nowadays with all the fentanyl around, there's probably a lot of fake ones anyway. Or not even, I guess even Percocets. It's probably not even a problem of it being a fake perk. It's probably not even it being a Percocet laced with fent. It's just it just not being a real perk. So, they maybe put some substitutes in it or whatnot. I guess that's probably the trouble that comes with those sort of things. But, god damn, man. R.I.P. Flipping Big Scar. All you're saying here, lowers your breathing rate to the point where you die for respiratory failure. Wow, I didn't know that. Shit, okay, Uche. Shit. Lowers your breathing rate to the point where you die of respiratory failure. Fucking hell. If I'm not mistaken, was that maybe the same way that fucking ASAP Yams died? Or was didn't he swallow, he swallowed his own vomit or something like that, right? Something crazy. Or did he have, that was it. I think ASAP Yams was like sleep apnea, right? But I'm assuming he was taking Xanax or something like that. And then that's obviously not going to help because you're not going to be able to wake up or whatnot. But I think that's what he might have died of as well. I think so. Yams was off the benzos. Okay, cool. Yeah, Yams was the truth. Too much lean. Fuck, man. Fuck. And I'd imagine a perk is quite cheap as well, right? How do you buy a perk? Do you buy them in blisters? Do you buy a box of blisters? Or do you buy two, a pill? I'm guessing you can buy whatever. You can buy probably one if you wanted to. And I guess they're probably like $20. Imagine if it's like a $20 each. It's probably easy to OD if you're a rapper. It's gonna be super easy. You got $20 spare, easy. And probably drink a bit, drink a lot with it as well. $1 per mg. Okay, cool. Fuck, man. Damn. R.I.P. Big Scar, man. Absolute tragic loss there. Thoughts and feelings go out to his friends and family, man. Absolutely tragedy. I was actually listening to a couple of his tracks actually the other day, man. They come in bottles if they're legit. Okay, cool. They don't come in blisters. Okay, cool. So they come in like those bottles that you get from your pharmacies out there in the States, right? Those little orange little things that people shake and shit. God damn. And they crush them. Oh, you crush them up to sniff them. Holy shit. No wonder people are getting addicted to them. Imagine that. Imagine you're a rapper and you're drinking lean, you're sniffing coke, you're doing ecstasy, and you're on the perks, and you're drinking lean. That's what drinking lean already? Yeah, lean, coke, weed, perks, and what else? Maybe some kratom thrown in there for good measure. Some acid now. People are doing mushrooms a lot. Little Yachty Talk spoke about doing loads of DMT. Jesus, man. It's actually, given the access you guys have to drugs over there, and the amount of rappers who have got that earn a lot of money, it's actually a miracle that there's not probably more deaths. Do you know what I mean? You can smoke them on foil. Okay, cool. Similar to like a crack thing, I'm assuming. Shit, man. God damn it. But yeah, R.I.P. Big Scar, man. Honestly, that one hurt. R.I.P. Big Scar. Moving on quickly, let's talk about the Tory Lanez thing. Of course, Tory Lanez was found guilty of shooting Megan Thee Stallion and facing likely deportation. First of all, just off the front of this, I have to be honest, I was really shocked. Legitimately shocked. based off the information that we were getting secondhand, third hand from hip hop blogs and various news platforms and journalists who were in court and out of court and had people there reporting back to them, and the evidence that we, were kind of privy to and whatnot, and the back and forths, it didn't seem likely that the state could prove that Tory Lanez did shoot Meghan. What we did get in that court case for sure was clarification that she definitely was shot, because they found bullet fragments in her foot. So clearly the whole story of it just being glass was kaput, bullet fragments were in her foot, so it clearly was shot. The only thing that's a bit dubious about the shooting is that she was never shot directly in her foot. It's like she was hit with bullet fragments. So the whole like shot me in my foot thing is a little bit of a misnomer. There's no exit wounds. She recovered really quickly after the fact. So I don't know. It's giving shrapnel sort of vibes. And I remember reading somewhere, which I'm not sure if this is true, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember reading somewhere where they said in America, technically, to get shot, you have to be... No, you can get shot in like directly with a bullet, like an exit or entry or exit wound, whatever it may be. And there's also being shot as a consequence of somebody shooting and then shrapnel hitting you. That's also a shooting. So technically, she'd be shot in each scenario. But the way they tried to make it seem was that she got shot directly in the foot. She didn't. It was actually ricocheted. Cool, whatever it may be. That got proved. It didn't seem like to me that the state proved that Tory did it. But you have to respect the decision of the courts, because those people in the jury had way more access to information and evidence that we had no access to. They got to see these people up front and personal. They got to read their facial expressions, listen to their testimony, hear them get cross-examined. And if they all came to the conclusion that he was guilty, I can't sit here and say it was a flipping fix. It's hard for me to believe it was a fix if they all legitimately saw the evidence and proved him and kind of, came to the conclusion that Tory was guilty. It's surprising, like I said, to me, because the evidence didn't point to he did it. If I have to throw a guess out there, I would say most likely the evidence is leaning towards Kelsey, because she's the one that went out there and got immunity. She got use immunity so that she couldn't testify to anything that was self-incriminating, which makes me think that there is more details to the story that she's purposely not, sharing, because it would obviously incriminate her. And I think that would obviously be the kind of theory out there that, because I think the story goes something along the lines of Tory gets to the house party late. Like, he gets invited there late. I think Meghan invites him, hey, come over. And Kylie's like, yeah, come. And then they're excited for him to come over. He arrives. Starts having a bit of banter with the ladies, and then he starts to get a bit of a vibe for Kylie, and she starts to vibe back. But obviously, no one knows apart from Tory and Meghan that they've been fucking on the side, even though Tory was fucking Kelsey also. Then that weird dynamic thing is going on at that moment. Then for some reason, Meghan and Kelsey end up leaving the party first, leave Tory with Kylie. Then on their way home, Meghan probably gets jealous or whatever maybe and pretends to leave a slipper or something, and then they head back to the house to go get Tory and get the slipper. Then an argument happens between Meghan and Kylie. We don't know what the details of it is, but something happens where they're reminded, hey, get the fuck out. So they leave. And then as they're all leaving now, Kelsey, Meghan and Tory, somehow when they're leaving in that car, an argument happens that results in Meghan wanting to leave the car. And the argument that we've been led to believe is that Tory basically let it be known that he's been fucking both of them. Or let Kelsey know, hey, I've been fucking Meghan as well. She kind of, basically betrayed you behind your back, even though I betrayed you also, because he played a part in it as well. She leaves the car to go and, get some air. She doesn't want to be involved in this mess. And then in the process of her leaving the car, that's when the shooting occurs. Now, the theory out there is that Meghan got into a fight with Kelsey. As that revelation got put out there, the girls start going back and forth in terms of, throwing insults. Maybe they get physical. Meghan allegedly is beating Kelsey up and winning the fight. Kelsey then runs to the front of the car, gets the gun in order to defend herself. And then there was two theories. So some people say she directly tried to shoot Meghan. Tory gets the gun off her and then tries to empty the clip by shooting the gun in the air and tells everyone to chill out. The other thing is that she gets the gun out, tries to scare Meghan, in the tussle with Tory because he's trying to get the gun off her, the gun flipping goes off a couple of times. I don't know whoever it is, but it just doesn't seem likely that Meghan's events, you know, Meghan's flipping version of events where she says the whole dance bitch dance. No one witness has kind of corroborated that story. Even though Kelsey was in the car or around the area when it happened, she didn't hear it. The witnesses that were there outside or around the houses didn't hear that either. No one can specifically said they saw Tory with the gun pointing it at Meghan's feet. So it's all a bit weird. But again, you have to respect the court's decision. It is what it is. You know, that guy is guilty and now he's going to spend a very, very long time in prison, it seems. I think he's going to get sentenced in January, which is crazy because I read somewhere that he's going to get maybe up to 22 years. And because he's Canadian, he'll most likely, or he'll definitely get deported. So he's going to serve 22 years in a US prison. He won't see LA or go to fun places like Miami anymore. Then as soon as his flipping sentence is over, he'll get deported straight away. What an absolute hellhole. So he would have spent 22 years in a country that isn't his own anymore. And then he'll go back to a country that he's left a long time ago to pursue his dreams. And then he can't return back to, which is a big chunk of his market, I'd assume, right? In terms of his fan base. So effectively, his career is basically over. 22 years on ice, not releasing any music. And then having to come out and then only having to have a career in Canada and internationally only. And even that is probably going to be up. It's going to be up in the air. You know what I mean? Especially with a violent offense like this with the guns and shit. So he probably needs to. He probably needs to appeal and needs to hope that he can get this overturned in some crazy way, which is probably unlikely because I think, you know, the LADA and whatnot and everything, because it's a black woman and it was a really high profile case and all the hate that she got. I just don't see this getting turned around. You know, I think if they came to the decision, this is what the decision is. It kind of is what it is. What can you do? But let's read the article here, culture TMZ. It says Tory Lanez is guilty of shooting Megan Thee Stallion in the foot back in 2020. 2020. I, for one, hopefully I speak for everybody, I'm happy it's fucking over. I'm sad for Tory, obviously, because, you know, if he's not guilty, it's a shame. I'm sad for Meghan also because 2 years plus of this drama, going through people not believing you, all this stuff, you know, Drake dissing you in raps and shit, being the butt of everyone's jokes, absolutely horrendous, right? Everybody loses in some way, shape or form. She's lost 2 years of her peace and happiness. Tory's lost 2 years plus whatever 20 he gets in terms of his freedom and his ability to go out there and do the damn thing. Just the other day, he was being excited and happy about working on Iggy Azalea's album, right? His girlfriend now at the moment co-producing it, or I think he was actually producing her album. Now that obviously is going to be put on ice. Bloody hell, man. Absolutely horrendous. The verdict came in Friday, just before the holiday. As well, just before Christmas, where a group of LA jurors found the Canadian rapper guilty of all 3 charges against him. Felony, neglect, discharge of a firearm. So that theory that he unloaded a clip to get everyone to chill out was true. Assault with a semi, so that they're basically saying he did do that and he also shot her and carrying a loaded and unregistered firearm. So was he carrying it though? Huh. After the verdict was read, several members of Tory's family, including his dad and stepmom, shouted the system stands before God and calling the court evil. Deputies surrounded his family members, escorted them out of the courtroom. Tory was filmed entering the court before the verdict was read, telling cameras his spirits were high. Yo, this guy went to prison in a pink suit with a white turtleneck. Obviously, that was his like celebration outfit if he was found not guilty. But imagine having to go to fucking jail in a pink suit with a white turtleneck with like, you know, what you call it? Loafers with no socks on and shit, feeling the vibe. Shit. And then being remanded in custody until January something. Or January 27th says here. Tory now faces more than 22 years. Okay, I thought someone speculated it would be 22 years and 8 months. He faces more than 22. Shit. Which will be determined during his sentence on January 27th. Sources connected to the case tell us Tory's lawyers were in touch with the immigration officials before the guilty verdict and were told they've been informed there's a strong likelihood that he'll be forced to leave the country. That's like double jeopardy, isn't it? That's like double whammy. That's like in football, where if you're the last man, you give away a penalty and you get sent off. Like, this is crazy, bruh. Crazy. But also, if he actually did do it, it's pretty wild, isn't it? Like shooting a girl in the foot because she might have said something bad about your music, which I don't buy personally. I think that's I don't think that was a reason. I think personally, if I'm gonna be honest again, I think all three of these fuckers are lying. Kelsey, Megan, Tory. They've lied from minute one. No one wanted to say what was really up. Megan didn't want to admit they were even fucking. She didn't say anything about what happened in terms of the real argument that spewed out of the car. Nothing real about the Kylie comment. Tory obviously was playing vague and setting subs in his music. Kelsey writing that horrible rap that she did. They're all probably, safe to assume, pieces of shit in their own regard. But still, for a man to shoot a woman in the foot because she says something bad about the music, yo, you are crazy, bro. You probably deserve to be in prison. I'm not gonna lie. This marks the conclusion of a wild 2 weeks in court, which saw a handful of witnesses take to the stand to recount what they had happened on that fateful night. Megan herself obviously testified, squarely pointing the finger at Tory as the shooter. Jesus Christ. All those hair products he uses are probably going to be been and gone in prison. He's going to come out looking absolutely nuts. Megan, sorry, what's it here? She said that she said she saw Tory with the gun, explaining she remembers him firing at her from his Cadillac Escalade and claims he shouted, "Dance, bitch." Anticipated Tory offered her $1 million to keep quiet. Yo, Meg also called out by the defense for several items, including the fact that she initially wasn't forthright about having an intimate relationship with Tory, and that she'd initially lied to police about how her feet had gotten injured. The defense also tried to target Kelsey's ex-BBF, Kelsey as a shooter. I know this doesn't matter in the circumstantial, but isn't that also interesting to anybody? That in this whole, from this whole affair, Megan has fallen out with a lot of people, innit? Like Kelsey, the bodyguard is not her bodyguard anymore. The stylist is gone. A couple of friends are gone. Like, there's a lot of people, but then maybe that makes sense though. If you went for a traumatic experience, you're probably going to fall out with a lot of people because it's hard to be around you. Maybe they don't know how to act properly. Maybe you resent them. I don't know. But I find that very interesting. She found out with a hell of a lot of people in it behind this. Defense also tried to target what exactly happened in the car is a major source of contention. That's the thing. We still don't know what happened in that fucking car. During the trial, while Megan had one version of events, Kelsey seemed to have a different story. A black with a very spotty memory on the stand, great to the stop and go in recounting under oath. Yeah, Kelsey was on the flipping stand, not remembering things, remembering other things. Absolutely hilarious. But the one person I feel the worst for, oh yeah, big up Graham Barber. Merry Christmas to you too, brother. Merry Christmas. The person I feel the worst for is definitely the dad. And I feel like if one person deserves the truth, it's Tory Lanez' dad. Unless he's reacting like this because Tory told him the truth, that Kelsey is the one that shot Megan and that he was trying to get them to stop fighting. Maybe he did, but the way Tory Lanez' dad reacted outside of the court was crazy.
It's not over. God does not lose. Never. And even though we've come to this juncture, trust me, you will see that our God does not fail.
This is not the
I
first
know
time
that this is wickedness. This district attorney, Miss Kathy Ta.
He blamed like Rock Nation, Jay-Z, all that sort of madness. But again, like, Tory owes his dad the truth, man. He needs to sit him down, maybe the one jail call that he gets, and say, look, this is the truth. I did it. I mean, if he did do it, he needs to own up and say it. Because you can't be having your dad out here screaming and shouting, going crazy, losing whatever hair he has left on his head, necks on his beard, going mad, and, legitimately thinking you're innocent if you actually did it. He should definitely own up if that's the case. And then there's also a video of Tory's stepmom going absolutely nuts as well.
Beyonce and Jay-Z, you have children. Let us see. You're making other people shouldn't go to jail. You have kids. God is watching.
And they never produced the prints. No fingerprints. Not one. Tell me, how does bullets disappear in the LAPD's office? Tell me how there's no fingerprints. My God Almighty, I call heaven and earth to be a record today. That Rock Nation, you will crumble. I am an apostle of God, and you will know who I am.
Rock Nation, you will crumble. Rock Nation. God damn. Jay-Z somewhere like, what the fuck did I do? But I don't know, man. I gotta be honest. As a spectator from the outside, I'm just glad it's fucking over, man. It was consuming my timeline, occupying mental space that I probably should be using to try to flipping cure cancer and whatnot, and not be worrying about two people who I don't know and pontificating about everything around the case. I also felt even though I think I started off being a little bit anti-Meghan in this and kind of feeling like she was lying, I felt like recently the misogyny and the kind of, the anti-woman type vibe going on out there, especially with the red pill guys, was a bit weird. I was like, why are these guys taking it so personally? Why are they acting like they're Tory? Don't get me wrong, it's an unfortunate situation. I wouldn't want to be in these shoes. It obviously sets a bad precedent if you're out there in the US that you're seeing somebody legitimately being convicted of a crime with very little evidence that points to him actually doing it. There's obviously circumstances around it, but we don't actually know who actually pulled the trigger. It's very inconclusive. Obviously, beyond reasonable doubt, they came to the conclusion that it probably was him, but it's not concrete. The Kelsey thing is a real red flipping alarm bell ringing in the background. Like, why would you get use immunity if you did nothing wrong? And it was this guy that shot, like, doesn't make any sense. Or maybe because you wanted to protect yourself from a fight. I don't really know. But some guys were going way over the top with their Meghan hate. It was very strange, very bizarre. People were taking it too personally. And I think that's when I kind of pulled away. I was like, you know what? I'm not with you, man. I was kind of against her in terms of she's not telling the truth. Kind of let us know what actually happened. Why you admitting all these details of the story. Even in the court, she never really, fessed up to the fight with Kelsey and said they bumped into each other. She never really mentioned all the static at Kylie's house. She never even admitted the flipping her and Tory had a sexual relationship only until she got to court. Very iffy things. But again, maybe you're allowed to lie in those circumstances. You don't have to tell anybody who you're sleeping with. The fight thing was circumstantial because at the heart of it, people wanted to know, or the case at hand was them trying to prove that you were shot and that this guy did it. And clearly they've kind of come to that conclusion. So I, for one, I'm happy it's kind of over. I got to be honest. But if you're Tory's dad, or if you're Tory, you got to tell your dad, look, bruh, I did it, man. My bad, innit? Like, don't go crazy. Don't lose your hair over me. Don't be attacking Jay-Z and Beyonce and Rock Nations and shit. They did nothing wrong, but God almighty, man. What an absolute crazy upset for everybody out there. But the red pill Twitter are going way over the top of this as well. Like, acting as if like it's them personally involved and whatnot. You guys need to relax. But a lesson to be learned from this that I want to send out there to all red-blooded heterosexual males. Or anybody, actually. It doesn't even matter if you're heterosexual. Legitimately, this is a warning and an FAO to everybody out there. You could legitimately lose everything in your life for being too horny. Everything that you work hard for, everything you're striving to achieve, all the challenges you've kind of overcome in your life, personally, spiritually, physically, financially, you could risk it all just for being too horny. And that's a lesson you have to learn from this. Because Tory Lanez was invited to Kylie Jenner's house. This is where it started. It started at fucking Kylie Jenner's house. He was minding his business, wherever he was. In the studio, writing some raps, singing some songs, doing his thing. He gets a fucking FaceTime from Meghan. Hey, Tory, I'm at Kylie's house. Why don't you come over and hang out? Right? And he gets so excited. Like, imagine, right? You're a guy, you're in the studio doing your thing. And then suddenly, Megan Thee Stallion's fucking FaceTiming you. And then Kelsey's in the background, giggling somewhere. You can see Kylie in the back doing her little, Instagram moves and whatnot. The pool, all these bottles of fucking Don Julio all over the place. You're like, whoa, I'm going to turn up. You jump in the flipping car in the Escalade and you zip right over there because you want to be involved. And your entire life from that moment on will never be the same. Just because you were too horny. Because it wasn't enough that Tory was fucking Kelsey. It wasn't enough that he was fucking Megan Thee Stallion. Because you have to imagine, Kelsey back then was Megan's best friend. And a lot of people would say on Instagram comments, oh, Kelsey's actually more attractive. Like, it was a thing, right? They were like this double trouble duo. They'd go around hot girl summer, wearing a matching bikinis, stunting and looking crazy and amazing in these lavish Airbnbs and enjoying life, right? And Tory got to hit both. Not even Megan Thee Stallion's already a W. Having Megan Thee Stallion on your flipping list of conquest is absolutely incredible. Having Kelsey also, whoa, and also getting Megan after you fuck the best friend is absolutely insane. He won the lottery there. That's what you'd be like, you know what? I won the lottery, c'est la vie. But he got too greedy, and he thought, you know what? Because I think he's even got a bar about her in one of his raps, right? I'm pretty sure he's got it. Yes, let's see it. Tory. Let's see. I'm pretty sure he's got a lyric about it. Tory Lanez, Kylie Jenner lyric. Something about her looking like a baby in a manger or something like that. Which is it's kind of strange. It says something like, yeah, she looked like a baby in a manger. Let me see. Oh, what is it? Okay, lyric. It's like baby in a manger or something. Where is it? Oh, where is it? Looking like a baby in a manger. There we go. Let me see if it's a capital and extra. It's something like a baby in a manger. It's a very strange lyric. If I can find it. Daystar blames WAP. Okay, where's the lyric? Come on, show me here. After claiming he's been, let's scroll down here. Yeah, there we go. See? Here it goes. On the track Queen and Slim. This is the lyrics. Me and Kylie still off in the pool. We was chilling, kicking shit was cool. Both of us didn't know you was tripping. Even though I got a crush on Kylie, I would have left with you if I knew you was dipping for the same reason. You invited me, but I can't act like shorty didn't excite me. I took a wrong turn that night. Look at her, man. Look. That's the end of his life. That's the end. That's what caused all the drama. This lady. Another track. Sorry, but I had to. Lane says, like how that 1942 got from Kylie's house still got you talking crazy. Fuck a hell or a handshake from niggas. The past month, the energy been mad fake from niggas. I've been lifted up, bring Saran wrap talents gifted up. And if I don't drop this shit for a second, I'm back to pick it up. Unapologetically jumped inside the pool and Kylie's face was looking heavenly. Oh, imagine describing Kylie as looking heavenly. Bro, this lady is very attractive, I understand, but if this is not a lesson for all men out there, you have to keep your composure. You cannot let the spirit of horniness take over you to the point where you're pulling out a strap and you're shooting girls in the feet, bro. You can't do that. You have to remain calm. Remain calm. Take the fingers, even I'm susceptible to it. I knew that I was that guy. You have to take your thumbs away from the DMs. You have to retract yourself from the double tapping. You have to leave the comments alone and just relax. Leave the ladies alone. Let them breathe. Leave them alone. I know they look very appealing. They look very desirable. You want to flip and pour them into a bowl and eat them like groceries or cereal. Mix them with some oat milk, right? Put them in your shake like protein powder. I know it's there. It's possible. But honestly, Tory Lanez lost everything because he got too greedy. It wasn't enough. He was hitting Kelsey and Megan. Like I said before, he hit the best friend, then he hit Megan. Usually in that scenario, if you hit the best friend, the star's like, nah, I'm not touching you now because you're with my best friend. And she might even hot you up to the friend or might expose you to the best friend. But he was able to knock both down at the same time. And then he went for the Hail Mary at the end. And he lost everything. He lost everything. God almighty, man. Remain composed. Attention all men out there. Remain composed. Horniness will legitimately end your career and potentially end your life. Absolutely shocking state of affairs. But yeah, what can you do? Woo! Anyways. Let's move on. So, let's get to the pièce de resistance. This is kind of gone. I kind of don't want to watch this because it's a bit sick, but I only watched the first 20 minutes of it. I purposely saved it, and I'm going to watch it from the start, actually, just kind of get through the whole thing. But we're going to watch the Chris D'Elia documentary, which has been made by this guy on YouTube called Kyle Anderson. It's already sitting on 290k views. Only uploaded the other day. It's called The Crystalia Problem, and it details some of his more dark allegations around some of the things that he has been alleged to have done when it comes to the young ladies out there and whatnot. Let me just reduce this camera thing here. But bloody hell, man. From what I saw so far, it's a pretty crazy doc. I'm not going to lie. But, you know, let's just quickly make this smaller so I can talk to you guys. Bear in 1 second. Okay, there we go. Let's make this over there. Let's put this that way. So at least this, so you can see me a little bit, but it's not so big. Anyway, let's go through this and watch this all. I'm going to commentate as we go along. I'm sure most of you have seen it already, so please bear with me, and I'll give you some of my thoughts at the end, but we're going to go watch it in full now and see what the deal is. But this is pretty wild, man. The Crystalia Problem, courtesy of Carl Anderson. Let's go.
Comedian, podcaster, and empty shell of a man, Crystalia. He went from being a rising name in comedy to being better known for a massive sexual assault and pedophilia scandal that broke in the summer of 2020.
I'm praying what I'm hearing isn't true.
Honestly, my first reaction was just like, dude, like, why?
I don't know him. I don't know him like that.
I can't talk.
Okay.
So I think we're at a time where everyone's really waking up to
Boo!
use our power.
Whitney Cummings, boo!
Devastated and enraged, Whitney Cummings is speaking out about the allegations against Crystalia.
Probably 37 different allegations.
Comedian Crystalia is being sued for child sexual exploitation and child pornography. According to the suit, D'Elia invited an unnamed underage girl into his hotel room in 2014 and then had sex with her. The plaintiff claims she told D'Elia her age, and she said she was in high school at the time. She also says he asked for sexually explicit photos and videos from her.
Saya the fuck Nara, dude.
How would you feel if a 37-year-old man was texting your daughter? Immediately, I was just like, all right, that's pretty fucked up. Like, I don't text children.
If what she's saying is true, I don't think you can come back from that. It's over, bruh.
That's a bad look. But with that case mysteriously being dropped, Chris would have you believe that he's a family man now, working diligently to get through his sex addiction.
I stand by the fact that all my relationships have been consensual and legal.
Yo, that must be the nightmare of all men, innit? Having to come out and say all your relationships were consensual and legal is legitimately an L in itself. If you're ever in this position, you have to really assess your life choices. If you have to say these sort of things, that's already crazy.
Seek out a lot of, medical advice, therapy, and stuff like that. I've been on this path of recovery now for a bunch of months, and I have been doing the work and being somebody who is a role model for my son.
Chris published that video on February 19th, 2021, claiming to be many months clean of his old habits. However, in this documentary, we have exclusive victim testimony that begs to differ.
I swear, saying you're clean of texting and messaging underage girls must be similar to saying that you're rehabilitated from saying racist things whenever you get angry. You know those people that exist in social media, those influencers who say, like whenever they get agitated, they kind of, they blurt out the N-word for whatever reason. It's like, nah, you're probably just a racist. In this respect, you're probably just a diddler. You don't just recover from this from, doing a couple of, what are those thing called? What's that fucking television? What's that telephone psychiatrist thing called? You don't recover doing those kind of things. You don't just do an 0800 number and suddenly recovered from the urge to text fucking 16-year-olds. That's something definitely that you do on a cellular level.
Put out the apology video. I was so genuinely confused by it because prior to that, everything was back to normal. I wrote him about it. He told me point blank, I don't want anything to change. So we were dating from March of 2020 to April of 2022. Nothing ever changed, even when he posted the apology video.
Wait. So he lied?
You're getting finessed!
These previously untold stories detail not only sexual assault, but also branding, grooming, underage girls, shrimp scampi, and even more.
He told me that when I lived there, he wanted me to essentially find girls for him. The things he said in passing that were supposed to be played off like a joke were he was dead serious about, like, his, like, cult. And he legitimately wanted it to be like a cult. Like, he wanted, that was his big dream, was to have his, like, at least a couple of his girls live together, basically have a harem.
It's like something in his eyes changed, and he yelled at me to get on the floor. And I was like, can we just stay on the bed? And he's like, no, get on your knees. And then he snapped and pointed at the floor.
The fellows at the top are likely rapists, but you like mellow out, man, just relax. It's really not that complicated. Well, part of me, I guess I'm just as sane as you explain it. Or maybe sanctifying the sadistic as deranged.
We'll also hear from Chris's former tour manager, willing to come forward in this exclusive interview and tell you about watching everything fall apart from the inside.
When you have someone close to you that is a monster, you don't see it at the time. He wears his mask extremely well. There were, over 500 women at that time came out. Women from, like, across everywhere having the same story. And it's the Chris situation is on the Bill Cosby.
Yeah, but you didn't say nothing, did you? These kind of guys, I don't know much about this dude, but I already don't trust him. He already looks slimy. I think a lot of these, especially, think of the Brendan Schaub situation. In my opinion, the bravest people in that whole situation were Annie Lederman, Kalila, and Esther, right? Those are the bravest, because the women were the ones that come out and say something first about him and how much of a douche he is, and then suddenly all the lads then decided to get some courage and were now being a little bit more flippant with their little digs and little jokes and whatnot. Before then, everyone was quiet as a mouse, didn't want to upset Joe Rogan, didn't want to upset anybody over there. But the moment the women spoke up, everything came out. Now, for this guy to suddenly now have the, the bravery to come out and say something when you're a former tour manager, he probably saw many crazy occurrences, didn't have the guts to say anything, didn't have the guts to maybe pull him to one side, maybe, I'm not going to go as far as saying he enabled some things, but I feel like these guys are the worst. The ones that come after the fact to say, yeah, I always knew it was wrong. No, you didn't, because you never came out and said nothing when you could have said something and maybe helped and saved people from going through that fucking horror. So, I don't know. These kind of guys, I don't buy them. This is similar to the person, there was a lady in the Harvey Weinstein documentary. A couple of them. Some of them were the fixers, the ones who Harvey tried to molest and to abuse. They rejected him, but then recruited other girls for him to flip and abuse. Those are the worst. Those are the ones that should be buried under the jail. There's a few of those in those documentaries that people don't really highlight because they're women and shit. They didn't want to say nothing. But people like this also I'm not fans of. I'm not fans of in the slightest, because I think they saw everything, didn't say it, and kind of kept their mouth shut because Chris was good for business. The moment he wasn't good for business, they suddenly all suddenly had a voice and something to say. Go fuck yourself. Again, I haven't watched the whole thing. He might be an angel, but I don't trust him.
Level, in my opinion.
And I can already hear you saying, Kyle, you have to have some sort of proof for these allegations, which I think I legally need to say are allegations. But I do have some proof. You see, Chris went on the record and claimed,
I can certainly say for me, if it's not the blue check mark on Instagram messaging you back, that shit's not me.
So what I would need was, like, if Chris was dumb enough to, I don't know, create a new Snapchat just to call one of his victims that was talking on Twitter in an attempt at damage control and beg her to delete her allegations. That'd be insane.
I don't give a fuck. I'm just... It's nice to hear you being a person, like I said.
I just don't know what to do from here. Like,
well, we can keep talking if you want. And if you don't mind deleting that stuff, would definitely.
Sicko. Delete the stuff, but also let's keep fucking. Oh my god.
They help me with people sending me death threats and shit.
I don't want to delete everything because it's so infuriating to have people tell you that something you experienced, something you went through, didn't happen.
We can talk about it from now on.
So if we can't trust a single thing Chris D'Elia's told us so far, if we can't trust what he's doing right now, how do we trust what he's done with underage girls?
I first came into contact with Chris D'Elia when I was 17 years old. He got us tickets. We were getting a ton of text messages and Snapchats from Chris in the green room saying, "Where are you? My second set is soon. I need you to come back here. I want you two to suck me off."
But then it got to the point where I actually learned of girls who had been with him from the point that they were underage to adulthood.
The gates of hell, I'm pugnaciously pacing, waiting. I give a fuck if I'm late, tell Satan be patient. But I ain't here for durations, I'm just taking vacations. And tell them fuck them, I never loved them in salutations.
Now in this video I'm going to share 4 victims' stories, as well as speak to Chris's former tour manager and close friend, Zach. Now this is by no means all of the stories I was told by victims during the research of this video. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Pseudonyms will also be used for the victim's protection. Also, any cases that I know to be under active law enforcement investigation, I will not be covering. Now, you may have been led to believe that Chris was canceled, but not in the world of comedy. He still has a massive Patreon, is on a multi-million-dollar tour across the country, and regularly plays the top comedy clubs in LA. Except the Comedy Store, they banned him. I'll let you guess why. But really quick before we get into the meat of the video today, one of the most wild things to me is that Chris maintains all of his relationships.
Also, why did the Comedy Store ban him and not all the other comedy clubs? Do they have like a female comedy booker or somebody that maybe doesn't really take too well to these allegations? That's interesting, isn't it? Like all the other ones, Laugh Factory and Ice House, he performs at, I think. I don't know what the other ones are called. But he doesn't perform at a Comedy Store. Why is that the case? Because I know the guy that used to do the Comedy Store booking, he's now working with Rogan, right? He moved to Texas or Austin to go and set up that new Comedy Store. So he's not there anymore. Whoever the booker was, I think his name is Adam something. So I wonder if it's just a thing with because I'm sure he's passed at the Comedy Store, right? He must be passed. I wonder what's the deal going on there. Why he's not performing at the Comedy Store anymore. Interesting.
Have been legal and consensual, and yet has truly never addressed the details of this CNN article. This article lays out 3 allegations: Megan Drust, a hotel worker, and Laura Vitrelli. Megan Drust, a well-respected actress, was the victim of Chris taking out his penis in her car and jerking off to completion while she screamed for him to stop and had to get out of her own car to escape him. The hotel worker was lured to Chris's room after he placed a phony maintenance call saying his AC didn't work, only to be naked once opening the door. This is a...
You know that funny, that AC's, that flipping hotel staff, that hotel employee, that story sounds oddly similar to the allegation that Callen had in that Los Angeles Times article, where, forget the woman, again, you can maybe say the woman that accused him of rape, maybe she's the one lying. Okay, even though I don't believe so, but put that to one side, because I think they were in a relationship together beforehand and maybe it's a bit muddy. But there was one employee, I think it was of an American Apparel store, when those things were still around, and that employee alleges that Callen, basically asked her to come to the change room because he needed some, help with some trousers or something, and then when she opened the door, he was naked apart from wearing his pants and stuff, and he started dancing and doing the Callen stuff, the physical comedy stuff, and trying to kind of corner her in the room, and then she ran out and screamed and told her staff members and whatnot. Similar-ish type of vibe, isn't it? In terms of like asking for one thing and then coming out and jumping out and being a creep. Very similar. I wonder why.
Well-documented event, as the hotel worker logged a formal complaint at the time, and CNN spoke to staff that was notified and remembered this happening. And also Laura Vitrelli, who told
MM said Callen and D'Elia are both banned from the store. Oh, okay, cool. Good to know. Bloody hell, man. Bloody hell. Okay, the new book is a woman. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That makes sense then. See, honestly, the comedy scene in LA, honestly, that Joe Rogan Extended Universe group of people, they are probably morally, right, some of the scummiest people in the world. And also, it seems like the only people who actually stand up for wrongdoing outside of joke thievery. If you do joke thievery, they're all gonna come down on you like a ton of bricks, right? All the guys, they get on their fucking super alpha male macho shit. Oh, you saw my joke. I said the cookie was Mexican. But anything concerning touching up kids, raping women, assaulting women, all this essay shit, they're absolutely mute on. They don't want to comment on, talk about whatsoever. But when it comes to joke thievery or stealing set ideas or booking the same guest or selling tickets, absolute cunts, man. Absolute pieces of shit.
CNN that at 19 years old, D'Elia invited her and her friend to a, quote, party after a meet and greet, but upon arriving, there was no signs of a party, and Chris was alone watching Cops and eating shrimp scampi. Chris had
Never trust anyone with no vices. This nigga fucking is in hotel rooms eating scampi, watching Cops, trying to get laid. Never trust a guy like that. No vices. There's definitely some darkness in him. And also, I'm not talking about it's one thing if you went all the way off the reservation, did too many drugs, did too many drinking, or too much drinking, and now you're sober. Makes sense. You lived a hell of a life, and now you're doing it nice and clean. Cool. Well done to you. I aspire to be like that in the future. But coming out from the womb, becoming a teenager, into a young man, into a fully grown adult, and having no vices, there's something a bit dodgy going on there.
Alcohol for the girls, despite them being 19 and him being completely sober. The girls quickly came up with an excuse to leave, but as they did, Chris pulled out his erect penis and chased them out with it. It's just funny to me he's never truly addressed these three pretty verified allegations. Anyway, I just wanted to mention those, so why don't we start with the actual subjects for today's video. First, let's go back a decade ago and talk to Christine. Her and her best friend Kay first came into contact with Chris in 2012.
Me and Kay were watching a lot of like stand-up at that time. So it was like 2012, like Chelsea Peretti, like that whole scene or whatever. She tweeted about watching Chris D'Elia stand-up. It was like not an attempt to get his attention. We just genuinely were like going to shows a lot at that time and like watching a lot of stand-up. So Chris D'Elia like was name searching himself constantly on Twitter at this time. Slid into her DMs. They were like DMing for like 2 weeks or so, not that long. So he was playing at like Caroline's in New York City, and like from Philly you can get on the train real easily and get to New York City in like an hour and a half. So he basically invited us to his show. We're on the train over there, and like we're drinking on the train because we're 20-year-olds. Fully went in there like so fucked up that you know we're fucked up. Do you know what I mean? We meet up with him and he's with like his opener. Immediately he barely says a fucking word to us, and like it takes Kay.
He was with his opener. No, again, everybody knew. I don't buy this shit that no one knew. Everybody knew, but they turned a blind eye because he was, you know, hotter than fish grease, and he was clearly successful, doing great things and whatnot. But everybody knew. I don't care what anybody says. They're all lying. Everybody fucking knew, because there's stories of him bringing or him being surrounded by a harem of fucking young girls. They all knew what was going on. They all turned a blind eye. Absolute sickos.
Like this is at the W, by the way. Yeah. So we walk up. He immediately takes Kay like right up to the room. Like barely says like that many words to us. Anyway, basically left me in the lobby with them, and then they went up and.
Kay asked that I exclude the more graphic details of her story. But from what she told me, Chris proceeded to aggressively penetrate Kay against her will in his hotel room. It's worth noting once again that Kay was blackout drunk while Chris D'Elia was, as always, completely sober. That's actually a thing about Chris. He's taken lots of pride in himself that he's never had a drop of alcohol or tried any drug. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, you know, women were his vice. And to that I say, Chris, have a beer. Have a blunt, man. Hit a blunt, you fucking weirdo. Fucking Jesus Christ. Have a fucking Miller Lite. Jesus Christ. Many of the victims that I've spoken to would have been open to having a sexual encounter with Chris D'Elia. In fact, many of the assaults I've been told about started as some sort of consensual hookup, but became unconsensual when Chris wouldn't take no for an answer. The common thread.
Also, I need to note, full disclosure, I remember an old video, or like a video when the allegations first arose. One of the things that kind of stuck out to me was that it seemed like, when I didn't really have much hold of the details, my initial reaction to it was, oh, Chris is just being a jerk. He's being a bad date, a bad link. Because a lot of the accounts I remember reading were similar to what these girls are saying, where he'd arranged to meet these girls at hotels and he would not partake in any, he wouldn't entertain any small talk. So he'd do all the cutesy ha he-he's on the texts, but as soon as he met them in real life, he'd just go cold and just basically take them upstairs and try to fuck them straight away. He wasn't even trying to, like, you know, hang out and chill and fool around. He just wanted to go straight to fucking third base, and that was it. And I remember at the time thinking, or my initial impression was like, oh, this is worse, because no, my initial impression was like, oh, this guy's being a dickhead to these girls. But now we're kind of finding out that it wasn't him just being a fucking bad date. It was legitimately him going to the point of flipping R-word in some of these ladies, which is absolutely wild to think. Really, really wild to think. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
That I get from almost all of these stories isn't a sex addiction, it's a power addiction, a power of controlling other people addiction. Gaining that power is obviously much easier to do with a teenage girl than a grown woman.
True.
This next victim is June. June was 17 when D'Elia started grooming her for a meetup in 2016.
I first came into contact with Chris D'Elia when I was 17 years old. I was in high school at the time, so I initially reached out to him through Instagram, and I sent him a DM telling him how much I really enjoyed his special and I really wanted to see him live, and he actually quickly responded with, where are you from? And I told him Michigan. He said, well, I just did a show there not too long ago, but I can see what I can do. And he then proceeded to ask me for my Snapchat. I noticed a pattern with all the other stories, and he always quickly gives all of these victims his Snapchat, which...
That is quintessential creep 101. If your man has a Snapchat, if your man has a keek or kike, however that fucking thing is pronounced, if you're a lady, watch your P's and Q's. Check your shoulders. Make sure you give your friends your location or share your location with your friends. If your man has a Snapchat or a keek or a kike, however you pronounce that shit, he's on some demon sicko time.
He ended up having 2 different Snapchats. He gave me both of them. He would Snapchat me a lot of
Jesus
him laying
Christ.
in bed shirtless and all that stuff, and then I kind of got the feeling of, oh, he is definitely interested in me and more than just a fan. Well, I ended up finding out after I showed one of my friends his stand-up that she had also reached out to him, and we didn't even realize this until we were hanging out and we were both Snapchatting somebody back and forth, and eventually she told me, I'm Snapchatting Chris D'Elia, and I said, shut up, because I'm literally doing the same thing.
That's just a numbers thing. If you put 2 high school girls in the same room, statistically they're both texting Chris D'Elia.
My whole Instagram at the time, it was very clear that I was underage. I always kept my age in the bio as well, but there were multiple photos of me in my school bathroom. I mean, at the end of the day, I look very, very young, but nonetheless,
that character that he played in You is hilarious also, because I'm pretty sure the character in You who he plays is a pedophile, and they try to abuse the girl that's on Wednesday Addams. What is the Addams family? I think her name is Jen or something. And she looks really young. She's a bit older now, looking wise, but she's still a very young Latina type looking girl. She definitely looks like she's like, you know, she could be under 19 on a good day. Fucking hell, man. This is some sick shit. God damn it.
he eventually got a Snapchat from both of us, showing him that we were with each other, and he...
Exactly. What you call it? Exactly. TV Huck says here, messaging underage girls when you're 30 plus, is not fucking sex addiction. Exactly. That is sicko behavior. That is definitely pedo behavior. That's not sex addiction.
Didn't take it as, oh, you got caught. He took it as, now let's have more fun. He ended up telling us that he had booked a show in Royal Oak, Michigan. He got us tickets, and they were second row to his show, and He quickly noticed us in the crowd. He saw us, and for some reason, you can just kind of feel his body language, his eyes trailing to you, and it definitely felt... I kept forgetting I was at a comedy show. I just kept feeling this weird feeling in my gut.
Christ.
After the show, we ended up sitting back and hanging out, seeing what was going to happen, if we were going to hang out with him. At the time, I will admit, we were young, and young girls at my age, like, we do have a little bit of a blame, but at the end of the day, he should never talk to any minors. Security was rushing us to leave. We were explaining to security that we knew Chris, and he wanted us to come backstage, and he just thought we were full of shit.
The security couldn't understand why a couple of high school girls were hanging around the back of a dingy fucking comedy club trying to get the attention of Chris bloody D'Elia. They couldn't understand it. They couldn't understand it. That's how sick it is. They couldn't get it. What are these girls doing here? Inadvertently tried to save them, but they're fighting to get back there. And he's obviously willing them on. Ugh.
And told us we had to go immediately. We walked to our car, and we were getting a ton of text messages and Snapchats from Chris in the green room saying, "Where are you? My second set is soon. I need you to come back here. I want you two to suck me off, blah, 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 blah." And I kept telling him they weren't letting us back. He said, "I can get you back here." And I said, "Well, we already left." And then he got really, really, really frustrated that we were just, in a way, to him, it was like teasing him. And I'm like, okay, well, we don't want to suck you off, unfortunately. And once we told him that, he immediately blocked both of us on Snapchat and blocked my phone number.
For all those age of consent heads out there, keep in mind that sexting an underage minor is still federally a crime.
If you fuck someone under, well, let's just be conservative, 17. I think that's the lowest it goes in America.
Yo, knowing which states... Yo, knowing which states, like, what their fucking age of consent laws are and what ages are, like, in each state is real sicker behavior. Add that to fucking Keek and Snapchats and shit. That is evidence that you're an absolute psychopath and a sicko and probably a pedo. God almighty, Chris.
And you're your age? Then you would call it pedophilia because, well, it's pedophilia. It's like looking at a sandwich and calling it a sandwich.
But not all of Chris's victims were hardcore fans of his.
Okay, so I was not a fan of Chris as a comedian. I never had watched his stand-up. I had never watched any of his podcasts. To me, he was funny, half-naked guy on Instagram. And this was in 2019.
To be fair also, right, again, big up the homeless cats and the Fighting the Kids subreddit. They were pointing out how weird those videos were from time, and I never saw them as weird back then. Honestly, I legitimately didn't see them. I just thought you were just being comedic and having a laugh. But I remember a few people on that fucking Fighting the Kids subreddit saying, this is really weird. Why is he dancing around half naked, knowing that he has such a young female audience? It's sort of like a weird kind of a first trap thing that he's doing to try and get the attention of these young girls. And little did we know that obviously in the background, he was probably going through all his fucking likes and messaging anybody that he saw with a hot avatar and shit. Do you know what I mean? Regardless of their ages. That was his kind of thing that he was doing for a while. Because you remember when he was kind of going through that Eminem period where he got shouted at by Eminem or did that video with Eminem and he was trying to be an action movie star. That's when he was really working out a bunch and he was getting all buff and ripped and shit. Every video that he was doing was him in panties and shit, gallivanting around and acting like a bachelor. When that whole time he also had a girlfriend who then went on to be his wife and mother of his child. But all that time, he was pretending like he was this young bachelor guy when he had an entire family there. And he was trying to first trap these fucking 16-year-olds. Sicko behavior. But at the time, I never thought it was weird. That whole half-naked dancing thing.
Quickly after Jessica had messaged Chris on Instagram, she was given the same Chank Smith Snapchat that many other victims were.
He was doing a show in my location, and he asked me if I wanted to hang out. I met him in the hotel lobby. He was with one of his openers. He only had about 15 minutes before his show, and I can tell that his opener was
legit. The only time I've ever used Snapchat, I think, I've used Snapchat. When because for the longest time I've been using Instagram geolocate, especially on the app. It doesn't work on the desktop, but on the app, if you search for a location like a club or a restaurant or whatnot or park, it can show you the stories of people randomly around the world who have tagged that location at the same time. So they probably tagged it in their stories, and you can see real time what's going on. So for someone like myself who likes to go clubbing a lot, especially places like Berghain, you can click Berghain location on Instagram and get a kind of play-by-play Instagram update on how long the queue is. But for a while during COVID, I don't know why, Instagram disabled that feature. So it's only available on Snapchat, because Snapchat's got a feature where you can search maps and it can show you people who've got snaps who uploaded stories. And that's the only time you'll check it. And usually they'd fucking be dog shit because, you know, Snapchat's fucking dead. It's full of fucking teenagers. But the places I wanted to go to, they obviously weren't there. And that's the only times I fucking use Snapchat in my life. Apart from that, I have no interest. I know they have TV shows and shit on there, but God almighty, he was using that thing only because of the self-deleting messages and all that sort of stuff, not knowing that people could record them and save them anyway. But the Snapchat thing is really, really sick.
was a little bit nervous upon seeing me that he was going to be late for his show. So we ended up going to his room, talked for a little bit, and then made out for a little bit. And all that was well and good, but it's like something in his eyes changed, and he yelled at me to get on the floor. And I was like, what? I was just very confused because it was kind of a 180. And he was like, get on your knees. And I was like, can we just stay on the bed? And he's like, no, get on your knees. And then he snapped and pointed at the floor.
This continued and escalated in intensity every time she told him no.
The first time he said to get on my knees, I was like, oh, so he's like a dom. I'm just going to politely decline. I was like, no, can we just stay up here? And he's like, get on your knees. And at first I was like, I guess I was just kind of, I mean, this guy's a celebrity. Like, surely, I felt a lot of comfort in thinking that this guy is a celebrity in the Me Too era. Why is he going to want to risk this?
But each time she declined, he got more and more erratic and aggressive and intense until she was literally afraid for her life.
Yeah, well, definitely my heart was pounding. You know, one of those big adrenaline rushes. It looked like I had really, really upset him by saying no. Something about his eyes, he looked evil. I'm not even trying to sound hyperbolic, but he looked deranged. At that point, I just grabbed my hoodie and ran out of there. So I just was thankful to get out of there. Despite,
I'm sorry, but if someone has to run away from you after an interaction, you probably should hand yourself into the police anyway. If you're at a date, it's bad enough, right, in this digital age. If you're trying to talk to somebody and get their attention and try and date them or whatever it may be, or escalate things to a sexual level when you get blocked on social media, it's bad enough to that extent, right? Because that feels like you're getting arrested in some way, shape or form. But if people are running away from you in hotel lobbies, running down hallways, running down stairs, panting and breathing and hectically calling their friends and family to check in and make sure they're okay, or reporting this to the police, you probably should go and hand yourself in. Honestly. Fucking hell. And the crazy thing is, I remember actually thinking back to it, at the height of all this stuff, I think there was 2 to 3 people randomly reached out to me on Instagram, and basically, I think at the time, that's when I was going through my whole like, oh no, it doesn't sound like Chris did anything that wrong. It sounds like maybe he's just too horny and is a bad date and doesn't treat the girls right when he meets them and just wants to fuck straight away and doesn't want to talk and hang out, blah, 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 blah. But 3 people reached out to me on Instagram DMs and basically said, hey, I've had interactions with Chris as an adult, and even though it was consenting, this guy's a freak and a weirdo. Like, honestly, like, look into it a bit more. I know you're kind of coming at it trying to be charitable, but he's not what you think. He's worse than what you think. Like, basically, he's worse than what was out there. I remember actually one girl specifically using that phrase. It's worse than you actually know. And now I guess I know. And that was 3 random people that reached out to me. Again, I don't know if they were lying. They could have just been trolls. I'm not really too sure. But 3 looked like relatively normal, adjusted young ladies reached out to me and said that. And I was like, whoa. And that's when I kind of changed my tune around the whole thing. I was like, okay, cool. This makes sense. And this is all kind of lining up with this documentary. Absolutely crazy.
That a few weeks later, he messaged me on Snapchat again, asking me to meet him again. So I don't think he even remembered which one I was. I ended up, on the day of his cancellation, going on Reddit because I wanted to see what other people were saying about it. And it turned out, like, within 5 hours of his cancellation, or, you know, people talking about it on Twitter, there was already a huge support group going. Not just recent victims either. There were victims all the way back from his college days. Through the support groups, I ended up talking to a 17-year-old girl who had been seeing him fairly regularly. And she told me that she mentioned to him once that she had been a fan since she was 14. And he said, oh, why didn't you contact me then? One thing that I noticed, and it was one of the more idiosyncratic things, was a lot of the girls had his name tattooed on them. And
Jesus Christ.
I didn't quite understand why until they started talking more about their arrangement with Chris. And apparently he would get girls into this arrangement where they weren't allowed to say no to him. How he would accomplish that was with some form of blackmail, whether that be emotional blackmail, like, I'm gonna kill myself.
I'm gonna be honest anyway. As much as I love Rogan, I've always found those posts that he shares of his fans sharing tattoos that they've recently got of him really odd and strange. Why would you feel comfortable as a comedian, stand-up comic who does a podcast? Again, it's very popular, don't get me wrong, but you're just a podcaster and a comedian. And you legitimately are happy to share these pictures of people branding themselves with your name and shit, or with your face permanently on their body. It's like, I wouldn't want to even promote that. Do you know what I mean? It would be something that I'd want to, like, it'd be like, it's a bit weird. Do you know what I mean? It would kind of put me off a little bit. Like, why are you doing that? Your money and your time could be spent doing better things. You know, leave a nice comment and whatnot, or send a nice DM, but you don't need to go as far as bloody getting my name tattooed on you. That's a bit weird. Even more so if it's young girls and they're getting stuff tattooed on them. Like, what is that about? You're a grown-ass man. You're kind of encouraging these young girls to get themselves tattooed with your names on it, or life rips or something. Like, it's a bit weird, personally, for me. But hey,
If you don't do XYZ, or, you know, I'm gonna release your nudes if you don't do XYZ. There's been a couple of victims that I've worried about over the past couple of years, but one that I worried about extremely was a girl who was on the "you're not allowed to say no to me" plan. But by the way, when the Jane Doe lawsuit dropped, that pretty well details the "you can't say no to me" plan. You're not allowed to say no to me plan. Except with Jane Doe, I think he was threatening her with nudes. But this girl that I had been talking to, she was absolutely terrified. She had to share her location with Chris at all times, which a lot of the girls did. A lot of the girls had to share their location.
Many of the victims I spoke to can confirm that he would always force them to have their locations on, just constantly monitoring where they all are, like he's a horny Batman.
Beautiful.
But she said that she wasn't allowed to leave her place without Chris's consent, and that when he came over, it didn't matter if she was in the mood or if she wasn't in the mood. She had to do whatever he wanted to do. I could tell by her voice that she was just absolutely miserable and scared.
So not only does he have a fucking fetish for young underage girls, like a pedo thing, not like a pedo thing, straight up pedo vibes. He's also got some free use kink. He's also got some dominating, whatever, what's that? Would you call it voyeur type vibe in terms of wanting to know where they're at? This explains why he went so radio silent when the first allegations came out. Think about it. If you're somebody like Chris and you present yourself, I wouldn't say he was a clean comic, but he had a clean type of image, right, before all these allegations came to light. But you never really got, even though his comedic friends would say he's hot and he's handsome and all the girls are there to see him at shows, he never really exuded a sexual vibe. You never really got the impression that he was, you know, out here trying to fuck all his fans. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I didn't read him that way. Yeah, I read him as maybe a bit cheeky, but I didn't read him like in a fuck your fans type of vibe. But when the allegations came out, they were such a contrast from what he presented himself to be. It was such like a exposure, like legitimately the curtain had been all the way pulled back. It makes complete sense why he went so quiet, why he like disappeared from public life for like a year. I felt like, you know, when the allegations came out, he literally went into hiding. So much so that Brendan Schaub and those kind of guys saying, oh, you should come out and say something and stand up to the counterculture stuff. Like, he legitimately went missing for ages. This explains why, because there was a lot that was being uncovered. And, you know, clearly he didn't want it to be out there. But this explains why he legitimately went so quiet, because it was really bad. Because if somebody does something untoward, you know, in one occasion with somebody, again, still sick, don't get me wrong, maybe you could explain it in some way, shape or form. But if it's like a catalogue of events with a history and with a pattern, you're a sicko.
And so, yeah, she's definitely one that I've worried about pretty much every day since I spoke to her. There were a lot of girls that just did everything he told them to do because they were afraid of the consequences if they didn't. And a few of those girls ended up getting his name or initials tattooed onto themselves.
One such girl is a victim that goes by the name of Jasmine. She was deep within the supposed Chris D'Elia sex cult, and even has the branding to prove it.
Yeah, so he mentioned it, like I said, a few weeks into talking. I think we were just talking about tattoos, but he brought it up how he wants to be able to approve, like, all of my tattoos, like, that he would pick because it wasn't my body, it was his. And he would, you know, use the term ownership quite often.
Chris sent Jasmine a picture of the tattoo, which she was to recreate exactly, except on her own neck.
And I don't know who the girl was, but it was some girl with braids, and he circled the exact spot on my neck where it was to go. He wanted to truly own, or feel like he owned, his curls. About 2 months after he first mentioned it, I'd say, that I got the tattoo, which at the time he told me he'd pay for, and he didn't. I ended up having to pay for it myself, and it was like the last of my money, literally, so I ended up having to walk until I could afford the Uber to get back to my Airbnb.
So big allegedly here, but you heard that right. Chris D'Elia is such a cheap fuck, he made one of his cult members pay for her own tattoo and Uber to get branded.
I wasn't in LA at that point. I had flown out of Santa Ana because I was supposed to meet with another one of his girls that he wanted me to live with, and last minute she bailed. That was his big dream, was to have at least a couple of his girls live together, basically have a harem.
So Chris is working on having girls from all around the country move into a fuck house for him while he's peddling this false narrative of self-redemption. Keep in mind, this all takes place after the apology video has been out for months. Jasmine and Chris were dating up until April of this year. And it's no secret that D'Elia would make...
So this happened after the apology video. This is not even stuff that's happened before. No fucking way. Holy shit.
jokes about being a cult leader or starting a cult on his podcast, but surely those are just jokes, right?
A lot of the time he would joke about things on his podcast or frame it as a joke, and he was dead serious about like his like cult, and he legitimately wanted it to be like a cult. Like he wanted to have us living together, and I'm using air quotes, serving him and worshiping him, and it seemed like such a fantasy-driven thing at the time because it was very hypothetical. Like, oh, it would be so lovely to have his girls living together, one to suck him, one to feed him, one to clean him, that type of thing, so that everybody kind of had a job that serviced him. And so it stayed fantasy for a while until he started to really push me living with one of his girls so that he could come over and do as he pleased with either of us. I think it was just...
Yo, how do you get away with this shit, man? How do you get away with this shit for so long? Honestly, there's so many people complicit to this fucking shit. So many people are complicit to this shit. I refuse to believe these fuckers didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. All these friends knew. They all turned a blind eye. Some of them even have daughters themselves. That's the mad thing about it. Some of them even have daughters. Some of them have daughters within the same age ranges of the girls that this guy was clearly attracted to and wanted to dominate and abuse and break and brand. They have daughters themselves, bro. They have no lines. Where are the lines? You know, similar to the fucking Kardashian thing with the Balenciaga thing, right? Say what you want about that Balenciaga, campaign. Maybe it was conspiracy, maybe it wasn't. But at the time when it was happening, I was thinking to myself, surely the Kardashians, who kind of pride themselves to be this kind of big, happy family thing, and, they've all got a million kids and shit, and they're all out there parading their family life out there. Maybe because it involves kids, this Balenciaga thing, maybe they'll have a line in the sand that they draw. Okay, cool, I'm out. But no, they still made excuses for fucking Balenciaga, right? To the point where they're like, we're assessing our options. The same for these fucking comedians. You would imagine if one of their friends gets done for flipping diddling and for trying to, abuse flipping an essay and R-word flipping underage girls, you would assume if some of them had daughters, they'd be like, okay, cool, that's my line in the sand. You can say racy jokes, you can whatever, push the boundaries of comedy and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. But if you do anything to involving children, I'm out, you're excommunicated, you're done, you're dead to me. Nah, none of them. No public comment. Even the first allegations, no public comment from the guys. Zero. Fuck me.
It's a step closer to this really, really legitimate idea of having a cult. And I think that's how he felt. Like he was running his own little sex cult.
Are you looking to join Scientology in 10 years?
I'm looking to create one.
Okay.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a cult, man, for real.
Because I'm not in the podcast business.
Yeah, you are.
I have a cult, and it's a cult, and I am.
Especially these two fucks. They're the ones that empowered him the most, enabled him the most. Post cancellation, rescuing his career. God Almighty, man. The smut stains are on both of you guys, Brendan and Bryan. God damn it, bruh. Bryan has a daughter, doesn't he? Doesn't Bryan kind of have a teenage daughter? Maybe in the same age range as the girls that Christy is into. Shit.
Can't admit to that. That picture looks like a cult leader.
It does, doesn't it, dude?
I admit I pissed on 14-year-olds. Brown. That's it. Credits. I admit I had a sex cult. Brown. That's it. By the way, I don't think that's that bad. I'm trying to get one. Now, every time I go out and I do another city, there are more and more babies there. And this is the time to push it further than ever, to get these people part of the cult. If you can get like that, that's all.
If you're a dude and you call yourself a baby, now honestly, this is all things I didn't see beforehand. I just assumed it was him trying to be affectionate to his fan base and trying to be cute and be cool and be whatever and be somewhat personable. But if you're a dude out there and you call yourself a baby, how do you feel now? He wasn't talking to you. He was never talking to you. Holy shit.
Ultimate enlightenment, and that's why this is a fucking cult. I don't do a podcast. I have a cult. That's what it is. I want true believers of the hedonistic lifestyle. And I want people who are going to help spread the word and build this cult.
You're a cult
extra
leader.
shit. I'm a cult leader.
You're babies.
Right? Yeah, exactly. This is how we test the cult. They know if fucking daddy's coming to town, you go to the shows, bro. And I told them this is a cult, and they all cheered. Yeah, bro.
Join our cult, baby.
Damn, Chris has cult merch?
Jesus
Fuck, man. Women aren't the only shit he's branding. And I get that it's a fun, silly goose time with the whole he's our cult leader, we're followers thing. Like, I get that that's the bit. But once you're, like, supposedly, again, tattooing your initials on people's bodies and having them all move into harem houses, like, the joke's over.
The more time passed and the more things that he said to me, I realized it was 100% true. That these weren't jokes. It was just him testing the waters to see how people would react.
Also, one thing. What happened to the eye? Someone let me know. You know, Brendan's got this thing where I think Brendan's sure the stress and maybe the hate and online and whatnot has got to him to the point where I think, in my opinion, how he's dealing with it is by drinking, right? He's turned into a bit of an alcoholic, not a bit of it. He's just a full-blown alcoholic. And he started to look really bloated, even more so now that he does Botox and all this other shit. He starts really, really terrible. He doesn't moisturize, so his skin looks horrendous. He's all bursting at the seams, full of flipping Food Truck Diaries food and his shitty nectar whiskey. And he looks terrible. And kind of like, you know, a side effect of all that kind of, you know, hate and people just not liking him and stuff is him looking like an absolute blowfish. Is Chris's eye, he's got a really dodgy, like one eye is like always droopy. You can't really see it in this still, but if you know what I mean, if you've seen it before. I wonder if that's like a side effect of all the stress he's going through, knowing that he's done all this heinous and horrible and evil things in the background. Is that like a thing that his body's kind of doing where it's making him have this weird eye? Because he's got like an eye that looks like it always kind of, you know, maybe he doesn't get enough sleep. I don't know what it is, but he's got a really dodgy eye. I wonder if that's a circumstance or a consequence of all the messed up stuff he's done to these girls over the years.
Move into harem houses, like the joke's over.
The more time passed and the more things that he said to me, I realized it was 100% true. That these weren't jokes. It was just him testing the waters to see how people would react. And putting it out there to ideally get people on board. So 100% it was a cult or an attempt at a cult. And I don't think that's changed. I think that's still his view. I think he has a lot of issues with power and obtaining power. And I think through this complicit group of girls that he has, he is getting a taste of that.
And Chris would wield that power in strange and demeaning ways.
He would, out of nowhere, didn't matter where I was, he would just say, on your knees. If I didn't do it right away, like, he would freak out. So I would try to find, like, a bathroom to go into or somewhere really quick. And then, like, when you were on your knees, he'd have you send videos doing whatever he told you.
I just realized she means he wasn't even there. He just texted her and told her to get on her knees wherever she was. I thought she meant wherever they were in the room. No. He would be somewhere else in another fucking state. Holy fuck. Yo, this guy's an absolute sicko.
You to do. There were times I was literally on my knees for hours.
Now, some of you are probably asking why. Why is she going along with all of this? But really, that is a question of control. Manipulation comes in many forms, and master manipulators know the right tool for the right job. So instead of using blackmail or the threat of leaking nudes, for instance, this manipulation came in the form of a threat.
And is this more to do with podcasting as well? Comedic stuff. This like weird parasocial relationship people have with podcasters and comedians. Because again, I'm no woman and shit. And I'm no gay guy, but is he even that attractive to be eliciting this type of reaction from people? Or this sort of connection? Or is it mostly because he's so, you know, manipulative and able to do that sort of thing that's when it happens? I don't really know. I don't really get it. Like, I'm trying to, like, the guy doesn't, looks like a bit of a bum to me. But somehow he's had these fucking girls eating out of the palm of his hand. And then he's obviously taking advantage of it to the nth degree. Fuck me.
Of suicide.
again, I'm the type of person, I don't want to see someone do that. I want to see justice, yes, but I don't want to see something, I don't root for something bad to happen to somebody. So he knew that and took advantage of that. And he all the time would pull comments like that, again, alluded to suicide. And so he knew it worked, and so he'd always resort back to it. He'd mention pills. He'd mention about, he'd bring up pills. That only started kind of near the end, whereas before it was just making comments about how if I contact that girl and something happens, like, to disrupt his family life, that he'll be off this earth.
Jazz.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thingy. The one under is true. They're children, isn't it? I keep using the wrong terminology. These are kids. These aren't even young women. They're not even adults. These are legitimate kids. That's the wrong language I keep using. They're not young women. They're not adults. They're children that he's doing this to. And obviously, if he starts doing this to them when they're young, when they grow into being young women and adults, he's now got this control over them. The same you would, when it comes to flipping stuff at Scientology, right? When they get you in young, you've got obviously more potential to be indoctrinated and whatnot. Holy shit, man.
Jasmine went on to explain to me how this dark web of manipulation led to her being on the front lines of the recruitment arm of Chris D'Elia's supposed sex cult.
He told me that, like, when I was actually living there, he would want me to be finding girls often, quote unquote. And so holding this idea of kind of like a hierarchy between the girls, and just the commentary that he would use to refer to their bodies and things he would say, like, again, vulgar, but quote unquote young pussy and teen pussy and all these like comments, I started to wonder if I was looking too far into things. I didn't want to assume the worst of him.
This deep within the relationship of manipulation and being fed a constant diet of Chris D'Elia's lies, Jasmine was hesitant to believe any of the things that she was reading online until she learned firsthand of underage girls that were in D'Elia's network.
The teen category is common for so many men.
Nah, I appreciate all the love in the comments in the chat, but I've got my foibles. I'm sure people are not happy about the things that I do. But Jesus Christ, brother. How has he been able to get away with this for so long? This is crazy. How has he been able to get away with this for so long? It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible if you're his friend or close associate or went on a road with him, opening act, closing act, social media assistant. It's impossible you didn't know this stuff. It's impossible you didn't have an inkling, an idea, an impression, a feeling. It's impossible. I don't care. It's impossible. You have to have known this. Fuck me.
And like maybe it's not a legitimate issue until I started to learn of different ages of girls when they had first been exchanging nudes with him and sexting him or having physical encounters with him, and his whole thing is that he loves secrets and anything taboo. Again, just in the language that he would use and in his pace, I started picking up on it. Again, when the cancellation happened, I really didn't want to believe the things that were online, but there were certain ones that I knew just based on the things that they were saying that Chris had them do, the way he talks, there were things that he had said to me.
Even that kind of manipulation to the point where your own victims don't want to believe the accounts of other victims. Fucking hell.
Verbatim. And so I recognized immediately the ones that I knew for certain were true. But then it got to the point where I actually learned of girls who had been with him from the point that they were underage to adulthood.
And was that girls that you were talking to and stuff during that? Yeah, that he had you in contact with?
Personally. One of them was 16 when they first started talking, and they ended up in a long-term relationship.
if you fuck someone under, well, let's just be conservative, 17. I think that's the lowest it goes in America. And you're your age, then you would call it pedophilia because, well, it's pedophilia.
I want to just quickly check this because I've heard people say, oh yeah, 16 in America is different from 6. I just want to see it. Let's just see it. Let's think of let's do Blackpink. Let's see if that works. Blackpink, Los Angeles concert. Let's see if we got pictures of that. Because I'm assuming Blackpink will have a lot of, teenage and young girls as fans. Let's go to images. Because I don't understand this shit. Let's see here. There's over them performing. Blackpink themselves already look fucking young. Or let's do concert. Let's do fans. Oh, no, let's not do that. Go away. Let's put here fans. Ooh. Okay, we can't really see too many in the fan bases here. But you would assume a 16-year-old is a 16-year-old. Like, that man looks like Chris D'Elia's looked 45 his entire career. What the fuck are you doing talking to a 16-year-old? In any capacity. Even if they're a fan. Like, you might double tap a comment and just keep it moving. There's no need for even replying and going back and forth. Like, why are you talking to a fucking 16-year-old? I can't even find the pictures. It's actually a good thing. I can't find the pictures of the fans, but I would assume they would look 16 regardless. So this whole defense of 16 in some states and whatever it may be, that's like what? That's like high school age, isn't it? That's like before you go to college, isn't it? Because in the UK, you go secondary school between 13 to 16. Then you go college 16 to 18 or 19, and then university 19, 18, or 18 if you're really smart, or let's say 18 to 20 is the first year of college. Even a 20-year-old for Chris D'Elia is touching it. Even a 20-year-old is tough. Maybe it's a mature 20-year-old, but a 20-year-old will be tough. Fucking hell, bro.
It's like looking at a sandwich and calling it a sandwich.
16th is 10th grade. Fuck. That even sounds bad. Yo.
So I remember even talking to another girl about how we were saying that we're just so scared that he'd have a daughter because the ways he talks about younger girls, and it just made me feel I can't even explain that response. To envision him having a daughter made me physically nauseous, especially because there was the whole daddy thing that went deep too.
This is a good time to bring up the fact that Chris D'Elia has something of a daddy fetish, and even extends to calling listeners of his podcast babies, which isn't great for the whole pedophilia thing, if I'm being totally honest, dude. But being called daddy is innocent enough. That seems pretty common. Surely Chris couldn't make even that fucking weird, could he?
He would get very angry if you didn't call him daddy. Even at one point, he said to myself and another girl on separate occasions, referring to my dad, he said, "He's not your daddy, I am."
Jesus.
And so it made it seem like it was a lot more family oriented than I originally thought. One of the girls had mentioned he
looks like he sleeps in an ashtray, doesn't he? He looks like he sleeps in an ashtray. Or the kind of guy that uses dry shampoo and thinks he's shampooed his hair. Oh, this is gross. I can't believe this, man. This is fucking nuts. And you recorded a podcast after this, and we're gonna watch that with his fucking wife. Using her as a human fucking shield. Or maybe she's complicit too. She's giving me vibes of that girl in his wife gives me vibes of the girl from You, actually. What's her name? The one that dies. The one where he's fighting her at the sorry for spoiler alert, but the one where the guy's fighting her at the end, and I think he lights her up in the fire in the house. What's her name? Grace or something? Chris D'Elia's wife kind of gives me that vibes. Do you know what I mean? She gives me that kind of vibes. Yeah, she's clearly attractive, but she gives me vibes of like she might be equally as dark. Again, allegedly, I don't know anything. Don't sue me, you motherfuckers. But, whew, this is heavy.
To sleep with her sister and sleep with the two of them. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, he's never said that to me. Fast forward a year, and he was trying to legitimately, like, get me to pass along my mom. He wanted her to come to LA the next time I came.
Oh, my God. You wanted to fuck him? Are you absolutely kidding me, bro? Enough. Enough. How does he have time for all this shit? How do you have time? Don't you have a family and a career? How do you have time for all this shit? Truly sickness.
Like, he would, like, go into detail about, like, sexual fantasies, like, involving both of us, but he was dead serious about it. Like, he liked the intermixing of, like, there being that family aspect.
That's not all. Apparently, D'Elia would also circulate nudes from girls without their consent.
And I came to learn that they weren't aware of him sending their nudes.
Of course.
Right, so ostensibly he probably sent yours to many people as well.
Yeah, I would imagine.
But this apparently had to escalate too, as he started to demand that these girls recreate each other's nudes.
One of the girlfriends who didn't know he was seeing other people, he would send me her nudes.
God.
And again, I thought it was just like that she was in the same boat I was, where she was aware it was non-monogamous, but he would send me her nudes and have me copy them.
So he would have these other girls get tattoos like yours, and then send you their pictures and be like, "Oh, they're crazy. Look, they're like they want to copy everything you like are and have."
He would be like, "She's not well," and like make it seem like she was crazy, but it turned out Chris was a puppet master and all of that.
Jasmine attempted to save more evidence throughout her abuse. However, D'Elia apparently went to great lengths to make sure none of that was possible.
He calls and said to me that he wants me to go get my phone that I go live on, which is what I was using for TikTok Live, the second phone. So I get the phone, and he said, "No, I want you to go to your camera roll." And in there I had all the screenshots, and I was shaking. I was so nervous. Because, like, whenever there'd be something that upset him, it was always comments that alluded to suicide. Then that would just terrify me into submission, basically. So when we were on the video call, I deleted my entire phone and that iCloud account. So I, for like 3 years of my life, have no pictures of my daughter, of myself, of anything, because I just cleared out that entire phone. Yeah, that was the only time he had called me until when we broke up. He called to apologize after I had started posting.
And a lot of them keep saying that we were together, we broke up together. So he literally had a million girlfriends all over America that, like, you know, he treated them like girlfriends, or they fought their relationship with him. It wasn't even like he was just trying to hook up. They were legitimate people that he had relationships with, was manipulating and abusing. And get them to recruit their fucking mums. Oh, enough.
Things on anonymous accounts.
Jasmine bravely took to Twitter at a time where no other victims were coming forward. And having just left D'Elia's cult, she was passionately posting some of the details of her story to Twitter. However, a few weeks ago, Chris D'Elia created a new Snapchat account in an attempt to get her to take down her new allegations. These are recordings of that call.
I don't know. I don't get how you can say that you cared about me or any of the other people. That I just don't get it, and I just want to understand.
I don't know. I mean, I thought that, you know.
This feels a little bit too intimate as well and cute. Why is she like? Is this foot play? Like what one? Is she trying to make him more comfortable or something? Like what's going on here? Yo, why did I pick to watch this on fucking Christmas Day? Oh, my head. Just give me a headache. I'm so happy I'm a civilian. I'm so happy I'm a regular, everyday, normal, tax-paying civilian. You know the Rogans and all the comedians like to say, oh, we're civilians, we don't understand the comedy, we don't understand jokes, we don't get it. You know, Ari Shafir say, oh, it's really weird talking to a fucking regular person after you've been spending a whole weekend with a comedian because they're just so, you know, flipping otherworldly and they get things on a whole nother level. I'm happy I'm a regular civilian, man. I'm happy. I'm happy. Because there's not enough time in a day for me to do this nonsense. There's no sicko, psycho, narcissistic, sociopathic fucking trait in me that's wanting to have this attention to the point where I'm abusing and manipulating young ladies. It doesn't exist. It's not in there. There's no this need for attention and fucking affection and whatnot, or this other freaking weird psycho dumb shit going on. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm legitimately happy. Because they act like they're all the bee's knees and they've got it all made out. But look at this guy, man. He's living in an entire personal, constant hellscape. As much as he tries to fucking act like it's not bothering him. Like, imagine all this stuff weighing on the back of your mind, knowing all this stuff's out there now in the open. Everyone's looking at you with a weird eye, even though it's not going to lead to his cancellation, because cancellation doesn't exist nowadays. And again, I'm not the biggest fan of cancel culture anyway. I think in general, your fans should be the ones to cancel you. You shouldn't be getting cancelled by corporations or industries and whatnot. They shouldn't be putting a cup up on you. You should be the fans saying, hey, we've had enough. We're not buying your tickets anymore. We're not supporting you. Go fuck yourself. But this is probably worse. The fact that you're still existing and still trying to maintain like everything is normal, but you know you're living with this hell and with this pain and suffering you've caused people, and they're just sniping at you and they're attacking you from afar to the point where karmic retribution will come around. It might not be in the courts and stuff, but the fact that he's living in this personal hell must be a lot, because you're having to call people to delete stuff and erase this and all this sort of malarkey, all this darkness, all this skeletons in the closet, all these things under mattresses and tables. Oh yeah. I'm so happy I'm a regular civilian. I will take that, honestly. These guys think being a civilian is lame, but yeah, I'll take that. I'll take being a civilian. Fuck all this shit.
Can you show me where you are? I mean, I don't ever want people feeling bad about themselves. Like, you know that, don't you?
I don't feel like I do, because again, there's so many things that, like you're saying now, like, oh, I didn't know that was the case, but like, dude, I cried to you about the same things over.
I don't know about this video, man. I don't know about this video. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about this video. I don't know. I don't know about this clip. I don't know about this voice chat. I don't know about this FaceTime. I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're a victim, why are you doing this, bruh? Why are you doing this? Or is she just trying to pull him into her trap and shit so she can use this to give to the guy to make a documentary? I don't know, man. This is coming up. This makes me very uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie, man. Yo, LA's a fucking weird place, isn't it? LA's a weird place, man. Fuck.
Over and over, and like, you knew what was going on.
Now, you might be saying that those could be old recordings, but in these tapes, they talk about how Chris would obsess over her weight and have her measure herself and weigh herself.
Oh, fuck off. Oh.
Mentioned in her post, so these
Hold on. This is from the girl. More on waist measuring. Chris would periodically ask me my weight slash waist size, constantly reiterating how he liked me best small. I have a digital scale app, and whenever I would screenshot my weight and BMI information, the lower it was, the more praise. Oh my god. He sent me photos of certain other girls and commenting on their tiny waist, and tell me he liked that he could see my obliques and how much he liked how little my tummy was, etc. When I told him I wanted to put some weight on to be a little thicker, quote unquote healthier, brackets, his reply was, I have fit girls, I like you dainty. This all occurred after I had opened up to him about the fact that I've struggled for many years with an eating disorder. Because I was unable to screenshot or save anything, he said I wrote down things he said as inspiration to stay on track while losing weight and maintaining my size.
Recordings sort of timestamp themselves.
I just, like, even, like, you say you didn't know about the weight thing, but, like, you did. We talked about it, and then...
Merry Christmas, Jack. We're watching this horrifying documentary. Holy shit, man. Oh, God.
Did I always said you looked good, right?
Kind of, but I remember asking you, like saying about wanting to, like, be a little thicker or whatever, like, put on weight, and you literally told me that you have thick girls, that you want me dainty, like, and it fucked with me a lot.
I see.
During this call, with good reason, D'Elia is clearly paranoid. Annie's being pretty careful, but Jasmine does go on to confront him several times.
Yeah, I lied to you.
I feel like it's more than just, like...
Okay. So I get it now. So this, fair enough. So this whole phone call was an effort for her to draw him out to admit the things that happened because she didn't have evidence of it, because of obviously he does that stuff where he calls them and asks them to fucking delete their iCloud and shit. Okay, this is making more sense now, because I was getting a little bit uncomfortable with the whole, like, setup and whatnot. I don't know. But yeah, this makes a lot more sense. She's trying to make it seem like a normal thing, like, so he doesn't get any suspicions that she's recording. I understand. Oh, yeah. Basically putting herself at harm's way to inform us.
Guys, like, that was fucked. Like, you knew what was going on mentally, like, and so many of the things, like, you manufactured yourself, like the situation with, like, I don't get it, because so many times I asked you, like, don't you just want this to be peaceful? Like, don't you just want things to be okay? And you made the situation what it was, and you knew how fucked up both of us were from it.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I hate that it happened that way. I don't give a fuck. I'm just... It's nice to hear you being a person, like I said.
I just don't know what to do from here. Like...
Well, we can keep talking if you want. And if you don't mind, deleting that stuff would definitely help me with people sending me death threats and shit.
I want you to understand that, like, I don't want to...
She's fucking crying out to you, Chris, and your first thing you're worrying about is her deleting comments on fucking and posts on Twitter. Absolute heathen these people are, innit? Jesus Christ, man. She wants reassurance that you're not a fucking monster that you clearly are. And the thing that you're most worried about is people sending you mean comments on fucking social media.
Delete everything, because it's so infuriating to have people tell you that something you experienced, something you went through didn't happen. And having that conversation with Kristen...
Wait, what? For those of you who don't know, Kristen is Chris's wife. You're telling me Jasmine's had a conversation with Kristen?
Oh, no. This is what I said earlier. I haven't even watched the whole thing. Big up Uche.
Merry Christmassy to you and you bussy.
Yes.
You demand Zinga.
To be my pussy. Thank you, Uche, for the $20. Big up Uche. Much love to Uche. Merry Christmas to you and your pussy. Oh, big up Uche. But oh my god, this is exactly what I said earlier. Remember when I said I thought like he came across like the guy in You with the girl. What's her name? Is it Grace? Is it You as her name? What's her name? Is it You? Grace? Is it Grace? I think it's her name Grace. What's her name again? It's not Grace. Okay, it's not Grace. What's her name? The lady in You. What's her name? Netflix woman. Let's see. What's her name? That's the one. Whatever this name is. It? Oh, Victoria. Yeah, that's what Chris D'Elia's wife is giving me. She's giving me this vibe. So I don't think she's as innocent as people are making it seem. She's giving me this sort of vibe, and now they've got that development. It's making it more true. Do you know what I mean? That's the vibe that she's kind of giving me. But what a crazy development. She spoke to this lady.
She explained the sex cult, the cheating, the underage girls, all of it, and yet Kristen is ignoring it? Allegedly. Don't sue me, you cowards.
I also wonder how it's possible that he keeps all the stuff on his phone secret. Like, when he called me that time, like, recently, it was from a different Snapchat. So he had the Vinny Drago one that he moved his other girlfriends to in, like, the ones that he was, quote-unquote.
Look at the size of that home. Just an idyllic, normal American household. A lovely wife, cats and dogs playing around, some children's toys. And in the background, man is running a legit sex cult with underage girls. And also, if the wife is normal, I'm very fascinated with the idea, or with this kind of thing that I've observed with people who are convicted, essays, convicted R-words, convicted diddlers. It's very rare you see these people die lonely. They usually always find a way to, get involved in another relationship or have another family. What is it with some women who seem to be attracted with guys who clearly have done very destructive and heinous things to other women? Why do they think they're not going to be a victim also? Or why do they just turn a blind eye? Because you don't really see many single R-words, single essays, single, diddlers. They don't exist. They always find a way to, don't get me wrong, some of them obviously lie and, keep their stuff secret and whatnot, or change their identity. But there's a lot of them who clearly figure it out. And I don't know how the women turn a blind eye. I would imagine if you're a woman, one of the things that would be like a complete, not even a red flag, a fucking, Amber Alert or something, right? Is if a guy has done something horrible to kids or other women, especially children, like young girls. That would be something that you'd be like, okay, cool. I can't deal with you if you've got that on your rap sheet. But for some women, they can legitimately turn a blind eye, and I'm really curious as to what that is. Because I don't believe it's all manipulation. I don't believe, they just manipulate everybody. So no. Some of them are especially the wives in this thriller, are kind of willingly turning a blind eye to it and accepting it. Like, what is the reason behind it? I wonder. It's fucking nuts, bro. Because honestly, it feels, again, it's just boy brain. If that was me and I was a woman and someone said, oh yeah, what happened to your last relationship, or I had involved some issues where I was accused of this, accused of that, they'd be like, delete your number straight away, block everything, go away. I would never even talk to you again if that was, like, that's what would be running through my head. But I guess in La La Land, all bets are off.
Keeping after the cancellation. That's the one he used for quite some time until I told his wife about it. And then that's what he switched over to a new one that I don't know the name of. And then he made a brand new one to call me on because he didn't trust me to have the other one. But he likes to take videos of himself doing things with the girls. And so there's like a video of me, doing stuff in his car that he told me is on his computer at home. His wife is sitting there with all this proof at her hands, at her fingertips, and she just can't seem to get her hands on it. After I spoke with her and gave her all these dates and times that I saw him, like everything that I had, and she still refused to believe a word of it.
But as Jasmine...
What's her background also? Does she come from like a rich family herself? Is she just somebody that's leeching off of him? Because she doesn't look like she's poor. She looks like she's come from some well-to-do family. So I wouldn't imagine it's for the money. Because Chris might be rich, but he's not wealthy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if his career was to ever get cancelled, he'd be struggling. Like, he wouldn't be just like, he'd be living off his dad, don't get me wrong, but he's not like long money rich. His dad's obviously successful in his own career, but not enough to support him, his brother, and everybody else. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know.
Was saying in that conversation with Chris, the doubt from Kristen as well as
And
others.
imagine if she had plastic surgery as a weird type of thing to help her look younger, so that Chris wouldn't play away from home, so that he'd be interested in her more, because clearly he's got a thing for girls who are younger. Imagine that sickness.
Is something that's actually fueled her to try to get justice more.
And having people like doubting something that I experienced for 2 years, like that was 2 years of my life, and for people to say it didn't happen, that pisses me off. And maybe it's a pride thing, but I feel like for other people who've had similar experiences, it's validating, because that's the only way that I started to feel okay, is when I were able to talk about things and open up about things. And
we can talk about it from now on.
Someone said, "Yeah, was it? Let the courts decide, and let's get back to the comedy." That's the problem, though, with these guys. They never left it just to the comedy. They tried to become larger than life. They tried to lecture you, and scold you, and try to fucking tell you how to run your everyday life, or things that you should do, and X, Y, and Z, and all this sort of malarkey, when the actual truth of the matter is that behind the shadows, they are doing some really crazy, fucked up, and horrible things. And some of them are turning a blind eye because one person is more successful, the other person isn't successful, whatever it may be. That's what's actually going on. So it'd be beneficial if they did stick to the comedy. I'd much prefer it. That's when I was having more fun listening to these guys, when it was just about the joke, when it was just about being a silly goose. They turned on the cameras and turned on the microphones, and their sole intention was to make each other laugh, make each other cry with laughter, make each other's bellies hurt with how much they're laughing, right? That's what they wanted to do. But suddenly something changed. I don't know what changed. Maybe it was COVID, maybe it was cancel culture. Something changed, and they suddenly started to become moral, principle, flipping life advice guys. And when pandemic happened, they all turned into fucking virologists and freedom of choice advocates, all this sort of bullshit. And it's like, brother, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. And now look. Holy shit.
So it's nice to hear you talk, because I just saw that anger online,
And that never came.
As in Uche definitely said, I agree there. Patrick, do you think this doc affects ticket sales? To borrow a term from Crystalia, this won't make a dent. This won't make a dent. One of the pluses and negatives of this new era we're in now, especially post-cancel culture, which I'm a fan of. Like I said, I don't like corporation cancel culture or industry cancel culture. I prefer it when the fans cancel you. But in this post-cancel culture we live in, if you've got a fan base, you're basically cancel proof, because your fan base are the ones that allow you to maintain the lifestyle that you have and allow you to make the money that you do and sell the tickets or merch, whatever that you do. As long as your fans stick with you, it's okay. And what we've seen so far, I can't really think of any fan bases, regardless of how deplorable the people are, who have legitimately excommunicated or ended a relationship with the content creator, or whatever it may be, or a creative or an artist. I can't think of one. I can't think of a group of fans who said, you know what, we're done with this guy, we're not going to support him anymore, and the person has to go and work a normal career. It doesn't happen. The only one I can think of who actually got cancelled legitimately might be that Armie Hammer guy. But again, he's an actor, so he's having to rely on the Hollywood giving him a yes or a no. But if Armie Hammer had a podcast, had his own YouTube channel, he'd be fine. He would need to work in a fucking hotel. So this stuff is not going to affect Crystalia in the slightest. The only thing that will affect him is if he goes to prison. And if he does go to prison, he comes out, he'll still be fine anyway. So it's pretty sick.
I really meant that when that never came from a place of just despising you and being out to get you. I was upset, and I know how I felt going through all that shit, and I don't want that for other people. And in my experience, anytime you've said things are going to be different, it's not.
This is because Jasmine knows that Chris is in an endless cycle of repeating his abuse. Nothing has ever stopped with Chris. It's never even slowed down.
So when he put out the apology video, I was so genuinely confused by it because prior to that, everything was back to normal. He was just being his regular self, and I wrote him about it. He told me point blank, I don't want anything to change. So
I knew it as well, because I remember saying at the time when the Crystal Lear stuff happened, I remember thinking to myself, I wonder, even the Bryan Callen stuff, I wonder if this will be like a reckoning for all of those comedians. Because maybe they did get away with murder for the longest time, pre-Harvey Weinstein and all that sort of stuff, because it was part and parcel of the industry. People were just trying to willingly exchanging sexual favors for career advancements, and there was no real clear line between professional and personal and business, all this sort of stuff. The lines are blurred and people taking advantage of it. Okay, cool. And then suddenly Me Too happens, Harvey Weinstein happens, and everything's out in the open. A couple of comedians get cancelled. And I would have thought that would have been an opportunity for people to be like, you know what? I'm going to learn the error of my ways now, and I'm going to chill. Because this has gone crazy. Because I've got my own stuff going on in the closet. But if anything, if you're being real, these guys have a real God complex. They have a huge sense of self. So I think a lot of them probably thought, you know what? This ain't going to happen to me. I'm cool. It could happen to Chris because he's sloppy, because he did this, he did that, but I'm doing things right. I'll be fine. And I'm sure most of them just doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, and just kept continuing doing what they were doing. And maybe being a little bit more careful with how they did it. But to say that most of them stopped and committed themselves to being decent people and not, cheating on their partners a million times, probably not. Nothing ever changed. It probably just went more in the shadows, if anything. That's the really hard bit to kind of swallow. The Me Too thing did nothing. It just made people more careful. Think about that. It just made people more careful of the sick shit they were doing. Fuck.
We were dating as normal, the way that things had been going since the start, from March of 2020 to April of 2022. Nothing ever changed. Even when he posted the apology video, I remember watching it and being so lost, because I thought at the time, does this mean he is ending things with all his...
Yeah, that's a really good point, Algorithm. Really good point. Most addicts want to get caught and validated. He dreamt of this doc being made. Yeah, true, because only a real sicko would go, after this podcast gets made, or after this doc gets made, the following podcast you do is with your wife. That's a little bit crazy, isn't it? Because all the attention is on you. Everyone wants to hear what you're going to say next after this podcast is out. And the first thing you do is get your wife on there. It's a bit mad, isn't it? It's a bit mad. It's a little bit like you're really goading the attention. You want people to kind of...
girlfriend, and I wrote him about it, and I asked him, like, is this enabling to you? Do you want it to be the kind of thing where we back off and, this is where it ends? And he told me point blank, I don't want anything to change. And then when he posted shortly after a photo on Instagram with the caption that read, being faithful rips, he was texting his other girls as he posted that.
Oh my
God. As
God.
a regular consumer, as somebody just looking at his post, I would have believed, okay, this is a man who's changed and he's just kind of trying to use humor to make light of his errors, but it completely was just bullshit. Every time he posted something that was family oriented, even, when he was at Disneyland, he was texting his other girlfriends while he's posting pictures of his fiance in Mickey Mouse ears. He's texting his girlfriend saying, you would look so cute in Mickey Mouse ears.
I think at this point the claims in this video have gotten so intense that I feel like most viewers need something or someone at this point in the story to legitimize much of what has been said to them. Luckily, I was able to get in touch with Chris's former tour manager and friend, Zach Doncovio. Zach could best be described as an East Coast bro with a heart of gold. He was willing to sit down with me and talk a little bit about not only working with Chris, but about being friends with Chris and being in that.
Heart of gold. Press X for doubt. press X for doubt on that one.
Inner Circle.
At that time when I left Live Nation, I started tour managing him. And I guess that's when, you know, I was able to be up close and personal and see these things, right? Basically, you're just a point of contact when you're on the road, logistics and, you know, facilitating everything at the show, whether that be meet and greets, just shit like that. To me, he was one of my best friends.
Now, being this close within Chris's inner circle definitely made Zach hesitant to speak out, but he was one of the first people close to Chris to publicly denounce him on social media.
Once I put everything together and found out the truth, I did this post on social media. I'm like, all right, hopefully like this will make people aware if this is where I stand.
How many kids ask you, ask you to party when you do colleges? Have you ever gone to just get a laugh? No, I would never go. I'm fucking 38. I don't even like being in the room with them. I feel creepy. That's just like a lawsuit waiting to happen. It's also not fun.
And if you have someone this close to him speaking up, like I'm not necessarily speaking up because I had to watch out. Like I couldn't say anything bad, but I'm like, here, this is it. People will know the truth, right?
I'm sure some of you are wondering what it is exactly.
Nah, I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it. That guy's a fucking sleazeball as well. I don't buy it. Sorry, man. No heart of gold there for me. Because you fucking photoshopped a picture of Chris invisible on your thing, it doesn't make you a good guy. You were there and saw things happening, turned a blind eye because you were getting your little 5-10% and guest list and got to meet Eminem and hang out with cool people. Fuck that. Not a good guy in my book. Sorry. Not a good guy. Best friend. And again, this is not an old school friend. This is different. If it's like an old school friend from time ago or whatever, you got your loyalty. This is somebody he met when he's actual stand-up, like somebody he met in like a job vibe. You see some creep shit happening, ditch yourself straight away. Speak up about it. Do something. Didn't do anything until the last minute when accusations came out. Because of what? Worried about what? Come on, man. Nah, fuck that. Not a good guy in my book. Fuck that. Facilitator. Like you said, he reminds you of those women on that Harvey Weinstein doc. I think that one that came out on Netflix, where those women that flipping rejected Harvey Weinstein, didn't accept his fucking sexual advances, but then recommended other women. So put other women fucking on a chopping block and used them as a fucking shield, but they protected themselves. They were just as bad as fucking Harvey. Just as bad. This is the same sort of dude. Nah, fuck that guy.
Exactly, that made Zach pull a 180.
Like the floodgates open, you see all these women come out. There were over 500 women at that time came out, and all the stories are the same. They're all saying the same type of stuff, all the same.
So this guy was at Chris's right-hand man touring and had to wait for 500 women to come out before he put the dots together. X for doubt.
Behaviors. And actually, you know, that first week, you know, I literally told him, yo, bro, I'll take a bullet for you. I got your back. I don't care. Because that's like, you know, from New York, Long Island, and that's your mentality. Like, you gotta, if your boy's gonna go down, you gotta get his back, right? And
No, not right. No, not right. Sorry. I said it many times. The only thing that I can forgive any of my male friends to have done would be murder. And only if it was something justifiable. Like legitimately, they went and murdered somebody who R-worded or essayed somebody in their family. Right? I believe in fucking eye for an eye. Fuck with that forgiveness shit and I forgive you and God, whatever nonsense. No. You off somebody that I know and love close to me, you're getting off too, or somebody that is close to you is getting offed. And I can forgive that. But anything concerning R-word, anything concerning essay, diddling, that's excommunication. You're dead to me. Done. There's no explanation. I do not care. Gone. Finished. There's no, oh, he's my boy. No. Over. These motherfuckers, man, bringing up New Jersey and New York. What? So you grew up in an area where people forgave people who flipping essayed and diddled kids because they happen to be your friend. That's your friend you're hanging out with. You need to find other friends. There's the internet. There's social media now. You can find friends pretty easily nowadays. Go to a fucking meetup somewhere. Go hang out in a bar and find somebody else to hang out with. Jesus Christ. my boy going down. What?
Was. And as weeks gone on, the more and more shit you hear, you're like, all right. And then that's when it was like left and right.
Sorry, this guy's too jovial. I don't buy it, man. Fuck this guy. He's too jovial. He's too like he's like nah.
You saw shit like the line, like catching him in so many lies. So maybe a week or two later, I start getting hit up by this reporter. And I'm like, all right, this is weird. Like, why is she hitting me? You never want to talk to reporters, and if when a disaster's happening, it's like, you just don't.
So for several months, that was the end of it, until the reporter reached out to Zach once again in mid-August. Putting another big allegedly here, because, I mean, you're such a coward if you sue me, dog. Fuck it.
The reporter then emails me requesting an urgent comment from me.
The reporter's email laid out the details of Chris sexually assaulting a girl after a show in Boston.
The victim wanted to remain anonymous, right? I knew exactly who the girl was. I remember that whole night vividly.
As Zach looked over the email.
And you didn't say nothing. So only when this journalist brought it to your attention did you suddenly, the lights turned on and you realized it was a bad thing.
All the details and actions in her story lined up.
And the whole story was in that email.
And fair enough if it's the wife. Fair enough. You get half. Fair enough. You're only getting 10%. Only getting 5% at the time. Whatever you're getting to fee. And you're willfully turning a blind eye to kids, children getting abused and manipulated and fucking whatever else is happening behind closed doors in these hotel rooms all over across the states because of fucking 5%. Imagine that. Again, the wife is a sicker herself, but fair enough. It's the wife and it's your husband and it's the father of your child and you get half, different story. But only 5%. These motherfuckers are willing to put their principles and morals and ethics to one side for 5%. Cool, man. Cool.
And when I saw that, I'm like, oh my God. This happened. You know? There were no doubts in my mind.
Why are you laughing?
Something took place in that room that night. His room that night. And then that was my moment, and I was like, you're a fucking monster.
Zach responded to the reporter with all the proof he could to corroborate the girl's story.
I responded in full detail, screenshots I had, all that shit.
When Chris found out that Zach had told the truth to a reporter, he became furious.
I gotta send you that audio message.
You made this way worse. This is now a story. It was nothing, and now it's a story. If they weren't going to publish anything, now they are.
Let's just say the story should have been published. And when it disappears, what does that normally mean? I am 99.98% sure there was no article because there was a settlement. Maybe other settlements as well. So she got justice, hopefully. And if you know, you can consider money justice, you know, we could just leave it at that. Because that reporter did great work, and there's a victim involved, so.
It's also worth noting that Zach has nothing to gain from speaking in this video. He no longer works in Hollywood or even lives in California, and he hasn't had contact with Chris in 2 years. Zach explained to me that he has his own reasons for coming forward.
It's the victim blaming shit that really boiled me up. It's over 500 girls. Let's say even 20% of those 500 were maybe fibbing a little bit or exaggerating the truth. Then you have 400 that like, hey, you're gonna say all those women are like just making this shit up? Women from like across everywhere having the same story. And he's been able to do what he's done and have no remorse. There's no remorse like when he did that apology video. Like
the devious kind of smile of like, I can't believe you got away with this, man. Like crazy. Nah, this guy's giving me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not gonna lie, man.
When I cringed when I was watching it. Like, literally said, you know, I've been flippant with people. And I'm just like, yo, man, you're not flippant. Like, this was predatory. Oh, like, looking back, so many red flags. Like, some girls walk out of his hotel room but it was like this disgusted look. You know what I'm saying? You know, it happens once, twice, 3 times.
I'm sorry, but fuck this guy. Once, twice, 3 times. If you're with your friends, and every time you're with your friends and you're hooking up with girls, and you happen to be outside while the girls are leaving, and they leave in tears, or they're running past you down the fucking hallway, screaming for their mum and shit, that's psycho behavior. You might should pull your friend to one side, lay the beats on him, or just fucking excommunicate your friend, because clearly he's a fucking monster in disguise. Once, twice, 3, 4. How many times can you put it together before you realize that something bad's happening in that fucking room? Come on, man. Like what? They're leaving the room crying. These are teenage girls. Rosy cheeks. Like emotional. Like, you know, hormones still doing whatever they're doing. Clearly in distress. Looking very, very young also. Let's make it that be known. Because this guy looks like he could be 35, 55, 45. You don't know. He's that kind of that guy, ambiguous kind of, you know, New Jersey type of age range. So you know what young girls look like. Because usually they wouldn't be anywhere around you unless you're with Chris. And you don't know anything. Come on, man. This you is... Oh...
Even, okay, we're talking hundreds of women. I just remember, like, after one show, I think we were in, like, Hollywood, Florida. He's like, hey, can you grab this girl? She wants to meet me. Okay, cool. And it's after the show. I go grab her. I'm like, all right, come on. And I just bring her. She goes into his dressing room. I then go and close out the show with the venue manager.
Asking your boys to go and grab girls? Red flag. I'm sorry. Are we 10 years old? Are we 13 years old? To write notes. Do you like me, yes or no? If a grown man is getting another grown man to come up here and tell you, oh, my friend likes you, red flag. Red fucking flag. Why are they doing this coordinated fucking operation? Are they in the Navy SEALs or some shit? Why is he sending his mate to come and talk to me? Red flag. Either he's an infantile man, or there's something crazy and conniving going on in the background. Why is he sending his friend to go and grab you from the... Is he fucking Justin Bieber? Like, what's going on here? What are we doing here? For real. You're in a comedy club. You can see fucking the contents of people's mouths. You can see their molars while they're chewing. You can see the fucking chicken fingers on their tables. Why do you just send your friend to go get it? Why don't you just go up to the girl herself after the show and tell them to come to the back? Why are you sending your friend first? Nah.
Come back and she's walking out of the green room and I see her face and this girl looks like she's almost in tears. In my head I'm thinking, all right, that's...
I thought he was going to say, this girl looks like she's almost 18. This girl... No, fuck this guy. I'm not having it. No way. Fuck him. Fuck Chris. Fuck all of them.
Weird. You know, Chris, what was that about? Oh, nothing. I'm like, oh, okay. And you kind of like, you just have so many things going on. You don't recollect that, like, at the time. You don't think,
yeah,
I don't know, but I'm
yeah,
not thinking.
Yeah. I'm sure you didn't recollect it at the time. After you got that brown envelope, I'm pretty sure you didn't recollect it. I didn't recollect it at the time. And suddenly now you recollect. Suddenly now it's an issue. I did not recollect at the time. Thank God I'm an average civilian. Thank God I'm a normal civilian. Jesus Christ.
Thinking one of my close friends is a predator, you know? Fast forward to now, it hasn't stopped. What's gonna happen again? It's gonna happen, like, you're gonna have these women talking about their experiences, but then they're gonna get the backlash, like, oh, they're lying, oh, this and that. They're gonna find some way to, find, little holes in the story, pick at those, and make these girls not credible. I don't want to see that again. If I'm able to...
You saw it with your own eyes in fucking 4K, and you didn't say nothing. This guy's fucking the worst.
To explain what I've seen and what I've put together after all this time, hopefully people will believe them.
One of the many stories that's simply too long to include in this video, Zach explained to me that he knew one of Chris's victims in person.
She was 19, and he like had her move to LA. It didn't make sense to me at all. And I feel like, looking back, you feel so bad because here I am, I'm like, yo, she's not telling the truth. Like, he would not say that, but it's true.
So Chris, in his 40s, moved an 18-year-old girl from New York to LA.
They tell me everything. I'm like, I had no clue about this. This is crazy. And in my head, I'm like, yo, this is kind of like calling them babies. I'm just like, it was weird. And now looking back,
it's like he's almost impressed that Chris got away with it. Look at his smile. It's like he's impressed. Like, fuck, man. He was like running through these 19-year-olds and 16-year-olds. It was pretty wild. I was like, how's he doing this, man? He's got a wife at home and shit. He's making apology videos. Like, it's almost as if he's impressed. Like, at Chris's ability to kind of get away with it, quote unquote. Nah, not having this guy in the slightest, man.
In retrospect, it was like hiding in plain sight. You know what I'm saying?
It was mostly
I don't know what you're saying.
About control and power, something that's much easier to exert on a teenage girl than a full-grown woman.
It's different when she's 17, when he's fucking commenting on 16-year-old girls that are in high school's Instagram posts. That's an issue. It's not the age difference that I see was the problem. It was the abuse of power.
It's not the age difference, it's the abuse of power. All right, mate. Okay. This you is a fucking sicko himself, man. Sickos recognize sickos, isn't it? Fucking hell. It's not the age. Yeah, all right.
That was the problem, and still is the problem. And then say it was a sex addiction. He was cheating on his wife or fiance, who Kristen I love and I think is the sweetest, woman ever. He wears his mask extremely well and fools people, but some people aren't able to see his tactics, what he's done.
Who you didn't see it, did you? You were too busy fucking figuring out how to make a fucking Crystalia NFT. That's what you're probably figuring out how to do. Fuck him.
This situation is on the Bill Cosby level, in my opinion.
But Zach is hopeful that his cooperation in this video might lead to a light at the end of the tunnel.
If I get, 1,000 DMs that you're a piece of shit, how can you do that? If I get 1,000 of those and then I get one.
Why is he smiling about getting 1,000 hate message DMs? Honestly, this you. Yo.
That actually, a girl that reached out, thank you so much. Then this was worth it.
Zach even corroborated maybe the biggest loose end of all.
We would watch Cops every single night. They really said Cops, and Shrimp Scampi's on point too. Wow.
Now, I'll address the elephant in the room. I'm also a stand-up comedian. I'm sure lots of people will say that I'm only making this video because I'm a hater, or I'm trying to advance my career Hannibal style, or because I'm a failed comedian. I'm actually a working comedian, which just means I haven't failed yet. Just give me time. As far as being a hater goes, I don't have a reason to hate Chris, outside of him being a monster. He was never my favorite comedian, but when I'd see him go on stage at the main room of the Comedy Store, he would kill. My problem with Chris arose after things started to come out. I only say this because I often see people say things like, you're only coming after him because you're jealous. I honestly don't have some deep-seated rage or jealousy with handsome male comedians that are more successful than me. Spoiler, there's a lot of them. I mean, great comics like Jeff Dye, Moses Storm, Preacher Lawson, Trevor Wallace, all good-looking, successful dudes that I have nothing but respect for, and I've heard nothing but good things about. I also don't fault any of the people that are currently working with D'Elia because I think they've been gaslit by him too. And making this video is not even about dunking on some chud comic to feel superior. I don't even bother dunking on guys like Schaub because truly, what can I say that hasn't already been said ad nauseum in his own comment section?
He's getting destroyed in the comments.
No, I'm making this because I care about comedy and about the authenticity of our community. If we allow shit like this to continue and for predators like this to walk amongst us in our ranks just to protect our bag, I mean, how the fuck can you trust anything we say on stage ever again? Good comedy is built on authenticity, and so should a good comedy community. And as far as this being a move to advance my career, Chris and his friends have a hell of a lot more connections in comedy than I do. I've been in comedy for almost 10 years, and I'm pretty positive that this is only going to lead to less opportunities for me in the future. You might say I'm trying to win favor with the woke SJW side of comedy, but I'm a straight white guy, and I don't even paint my fingernails, okay? They don't want me either. So unless the John Oliver show realizes tomorrow that they really want to buy lunch for another fat guy every day, I don't think making this video is actually going to have positive impacts for my comedy career. Personally, I don't think Chris should be pursuing a career in the spotlight anymore at all. He's proven that time and time again, with power or an audience, he's continually drawn to abuse. Personally, I think he should go work at a Payless or a PF Chang's. Realistically, I shouldn't even be making this. I'm not a journalist. I honestly have trouble even spelling the word. I don't know where the O goes. I'm an overweight comedian who lives in the Valley and has less than 500 Twitter followers. I shouldn't be the one who has to do it. Also, I don't want to do this. You think I want to interview sexual assault victims? I mean, they're nice women, but fuck, dude, it's a bummer, dog. You think I want to have to edit a bunch of videos of Chris D'Elia after hearing all this crazy shit? No, I don't want to work on this project. This sucks. I want to go play Pokemon and do mushrooms in the woods. This is truly an awful creative experience, but I think this video is important, and I think it's the right thing to do, so I'm making it, because someone should. When you've been a demon for a decade, I don't think you get to whip it all into shape with 8 months of fake therapy after using and continuing to use our art form to map a juggalo tour of sexual assaults across North America. Really closing the hour-long rape video on a juggalo joke, huh?
You ever see a fucking 14-year-old? She looks 30.
That was fucking a lot. Holy shit. That was a lot. Oh, that was a lot. Okay. So, what can be said about this? What can be said? Oh, so many horrible people. Victims, of course, you know, support and healing to the victims always. Support and feelings to the victims always. Support and healing to the victims always. Hopefully they have people around them that love them and care for them. We're going to be looking out for them during this crazy time, because I'm sure there's many Chris D'Elia sycophants out there probably in their DMs saying all sorts of madness and comments and whatnot. There's not really much you can argue against that doc. Maybe you can say he's painted it in a sensualized way, in a sensational way. But even if you're a Chris D'Elia supporter and you don't believe he did anything untoward, and you think the tattoos are exaggerated, and you think all the interactions with girls are consensual, even if you think that's true, just the mere fact that it sounds like he's cheated on his wife with like 500 plus women, even that should be a little bit weird, isn't it? Especially somebody who's claiming that they're trying to get over a sex addiction or something. The fact that he continually puts himself in a position where he's susceptible to doing those things so often at such a level is pretty crazy. Like he's out there, like actually out there, to the point where he's having people having people move in to certain houses, move to LA and shit from other places. But again, one thing I know for sure after watching that, I knew already beforehand, and I think mainly having watched again that Harvey Weinstein documentary and how much of a monster he was, there were so many enablers around him, so many people who willfully turned a blind eye, who willingly turned a blind eye because they were getting paid, or whatnot, or just didn't want to get abused and put other people in the firing line. That I know for sure, especially in a smaller community than a comedy, right? In Hollywood, already there were people spreading rumors about Harvey Weinstein from time ago, right? It was like a known thing that he was an abuser, right? And that he was somebody that you shouldn't be left alone with if you're like a young up-and-coming actress or whatnot. And obviously everything came to light, but there was rumors about him from time. And Hollywood, or the entertainment industry on his side of things, is a far bigger industry than the comedy. Comedy is a way smaller niche. So I don't believe for the slightest point that they don't talk. And again, these are comedians. They love to gossip. They gossip like fucking ladies, right? For lack of a better term. And you always hear comedians talk about how other comedy store, bar workers or, managers or bookers will gossip to them about the worst guests that they've had and the person that came in and wasn't nice and all this sort of stuff. If that's the case and they're exchanging all these war stories about people who are heinous and rude and, not courteous, I'm pretty sure they know who the abusers are. There's no way they don't know who the abusers are. So this idea that it's made up, I don't buy it. This idea that they didn't know, I don't buy it. They all knew, they turned a blind eye because it paid them well, I guess, at the time, or because it was beneficial to their careers. Because again, you have to imagine back then, Chris D'Elia, maybe not so much so now, but back then, Chris D'Elia was hot fire when it came to podcast. He would obviously give you 100K to 200K plus extra viewers on your episodes and shit. So it was advantageous to be in these good graces because it could advance your career. But fuck, man. Fuck. The guy's a monster, clearly. But the unfortunate point of it is that this won't really change much. This won't change anything, really. He's still going to sell a bunch of tickets. He's still going to be fairly okay. Cancel culture doesn't work in that regard. The only way this works is if this goes to the courts in some way, shape, or form, or if his fans themselves decide that they've had enough of him and that they can't stand behind somebody who's got all these crazy allegations against their name. But that also won't happen because, his fans seems to not really give a shit, which is really strange, but, what can you do? Bloody hell. That was tough to watch. And then, of course, he sat down with his wife for a conversation. Let's check this out on their podcast. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Maybe skip through a bit of pieces here and there. Chris D'Elia's podcast. Was it Christmas with Kristen? Part 1, 291. The comments are very positive, it looks like. Kristen, hi, regular Furkin, not on Patreon, and welcome, love this. I don't remember ever seeing Chris generally embarrassed. Like it was Kristen admit that she sometimes fake laughs at his bits. Love how cute they are together. The downvotes are a bit tough, but the comments are very favorable. Maybe he's deleting all the bad ones, but let's see.
Runk.
She's singing Christmas music as we speak, literally. She's singing Christmas music in the other room. You can't hear it. Doing it and also I'm very grateful for everyone and everything.
Also, we should have known he was a sicko at the time he got his first tattoo. Was a fucking hand tattoo and a neck tattoo. The first 2 tattoos he got. You should have knew he was a fucking sicko.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
You look so pretty.
Thanks.
Look at you. The camera loves you. That's what they say in Hollywood. And I know that because I've been in Hollywood.
And now you're kicked out.
I'm kicked out. Now let's not start with bad energy, right?
I think it's kind of cool. It's like rebellious.
Hell yeah, dude.
Blacklisted.
Okay, well.
It's kind of sick.
So we could go. You know what's on there is the.
I think hold on.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So she's got to go. She gets nervous on camera. She's going to go throw up and then she's going to come back. See?
That's not true.
What?
I think if we had a competition between who was a better singer, I would win.
You are a pretty damn good singer. If I'm going to give
thanks.
you, because when you know how I said like taking liberties and I was leaving and you were singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game,"
It was funny.
That was not my best work, though.
No, but I actually thought, wow, she did kind of kill it.
Have we told that story before?
I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. So that's why now people will comment, "So taking liberties."
Oh,
because that's what that's from. Yeah. But she was the whole ball game. Like you were doing that kind of stuff. You sing, you know what it is? You sing every song like it's a Christmas song.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
That's a good way to
right?
describe it. Sure.
Like you'd be like, more human than human. Dong. And that's by Rob Zombie. You know?
Yeah.
But that's Michael Bublé by Rob Zombie. So, so I ask you because I caught you singing Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Well, is that's how that song's called? Is that what that song's called? Okay. Wow. Really good for the audio people listening. Just shrugged. But so
the eyes are dead. Those eyes are fucking dead. Is there a soul in there? Is there a soul? Is there a heartbeat? Is there anything there?
Thanks for blessing us with an extra long Christmas stream as.
Yes.
Big up, Bopple, appreciate you.
Big up, Uche. I appreciate you the most. Big up for the donation. I appreciate you the most. Much love to you, Uche and the fam. Hope you have a merry, merry, merry Christmas. Honestly, because I don't understand women. That's the thing. I don't understand women. I legitimately would love to know what goes through the head of somebody who willfully turns a blind eye or isn't bothered by their partner's really crazy sexual indiscretions, especially when it involves SAR word. Like, how are they okay with that? Because you'd imagine most women that would be like a permanent line in the sand. Anything involving kids, especially if they want the kids themselves, anything involving minors, SAR word, surely money and status isn't enough. Because this lady doesn't look like she comes from the slums of Ohio or something. She looks a bit well-to-do herself. Maybe there's connections in Hollywood. She doesn't look like she is starving for money, in my opinion. Maybe it's different, but it doesn't look like she's starving for money. She could be on Real Housewives or something. Maybe because she's got the work done and whatnot, but I don't know.
So you love Christmas, and I felt like since we've been talking about I've been working so fucking hard.
No. I gotta find this. Uche, what? In this pod, she made a comment about wishing she were Jewish because they went through so much hardship and they still made it. Nah, I gotta find this. Hopefully it's got a transcript. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, let's see transcript. No way this lady said this. No way. No fucking way. That's a fucking Kanye West level type of comment. No way. Let's see if this is true. Let's see. Was it Jewish? There's some Jewish comments here. Let's go for the first one.
It would have been. People think I'm Jewish.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I'm attracted to neurotic energy, which is why we work so well. Which might be why I also love.
You're attracted to neurotic energy?
Yeah.
Really?
Look at sweetheart.
I know I'm neurotic a bit, but also like got that. No. But also I've got that swagger that makes up for it. You know what I mean? And you can't argue that.
Oh yeah.
Larry David, you think Larry David is hot?
Yeah.
Do you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I have some issues though.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
This is what I think. I mean, this is like so deeper.
So deeper, yeah. But you love to go so deeper.
Yeah. When I was a gymnast growing up, and I had a gymnastics coach.
Gymnast. That's an alarm bell for somebody that came from money. Also, I don't think she's poor, mate. She come from some sort of money.
Named Sam.
You loved him.
He was like my dad. He was amazing. And he was from New York. He was Jewish.
Hey, do a flip of something.
He had family die in the Holocaust, actually.
Holy shit.
And then his dad was on a roof.
Oh, he was Jewish?
Yep.
Oh.
His dad was on a roof with his dad. They had escaped from the Holocaust after the wife and daughter had died. And then his dad fell off the roof and died. So it was just him.
Oh.
And then
Wait, his dad fell off the roof where? In the Holocaust?
okay.
We got out. Whoa.
So Sam's dad was a kid when he got out of the Holocaust. Or
Oh,
younger,
got it.
younger.
Okay,
And so
okay.
his dad fell off the roof.
Oh, okay.
And then he met
But
Sam's.
Send a call. Discord. Okay, cool. Let me bring this up. This. I don't want to be insulting, but she seems like an airhead, but she also seems a little bit sadistic. So I'm not too sure what's going on there. I don't know. There's a lot of things going on. And again, maybe I'm reading into things again because of the documentary and whatnot, but mind is struggling to comprehend if that's a very... I don't know. Let's see this. Let me pull this up. I don't know. She seems a bit weird. It's not all there in the head, but you know, maybe I'm just reading into it again. Too much information from this fucking doc. It's fucking resting in my head. Hold on, let me just load this Discord up and see if I can get this clip. Oh yeah, join the Discord as well, by the way. Link is in the description, I think, hopefully. If not, I'll put it in the description when I edit when I add the timestamp to shit. Make sure you join the Discord. We have loads of fun in there, talk about some funny, interesting things. But yeah, let's see. The Crystalia wife problem. This video. Okay, I'm glad there's a problem. Okay, cool. Let's see this video. The Crystalia wife problem. Big up Uche for the link. Let's see this. Oh, yo. Fucking Kristen. She's definitely that woman from fucking You, man. Definitely.
Typically, we do not create content about people's spouses or especially their children. However, just recently, I believe the other day, Crystalia trotted his wife out onto his public podcast featured on YouTube, thus making her a public figure now, even though she kind of was before. So now she is open to criticism for the things she said. So this is why we are covering Crystalia's wife problem. We call this
Hey, T-Fat K guy. I love the little nod to the list because I noticed that too. She had a little list for the fake teeth because I want to get fake teeth, but then I realized that for some reason, I don't know why it happens, but everyone that gets the fucking Hollywood chompers, they end up having a fucking lisp. I mean, they can't speak without the lisp all of a sudden. And again, it's okay if you have a lisp prior, no problem. But developing a lisp because you decided to get fucking cosmetic surgery is a little bit annoying. But yeah, big up T-K for that little hint there on the lisp. I'll go back to it actually so you can hear it. It's very subtle.
Leah trotted his wife out onto his public podcast featured on YouTube, thus making her a public figure now, even though she kind of was before. So now she is open to criticism for the things she said. So
see? She said. T-Fat K, big up.
This is why we are covering Crystalia's wife problem. We call this I've Always Wanted to Be a Jew. Roll that footage.
I've always wanted to be a Jew.
Why? God bless you.
They seem like the OGs of like all of it. Like they were like just the first.
Jews are pretty cool, yeah.
And like they've just like gone through so much shit.
Yeah.
And they still have like so much money.
Yeah, I know.
That's cool.
Jews
Hold on. If you ended that, they've gone through so much shit, but they still seem so strong, and they have such good familial. Is it how you say that? Familial bonds, and they're really family orientated. Okay, money.
Jews are cool. Jews are like
they're cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Even like when it comes to like I think that if you like think of like the cool race, like everyone thinks of like black people are like,
yeah,
you know, they're just cool about themselves. But then
what's he gonna say? That black people dance and can fucking rap or something? What's he gonna? This is why they should just be silly and make jokes, innit? Because What is this conversation?
Jews are like, we've dealt with what you're dealing with thousands of years ago, and nobody even really remembers. That's how OG we are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you might be thinking you're cool, but then you're cool, and they go like, oh, hey, oi, 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 oi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of wish.
You know what I mean? No, I don't, brother.
It would have been. People think I'm Jewish.
Yeah.
And
I'm attracted to neurotic energy.
Fuck me. She is a bit simple, isn't she? Now I see why she puts up with the pedo cunt. She is mentally the age of his type. And when she was explaining why she wanted to be a Jew, she said, they've gone through so much shit and they still have like so much money. That's cool. I think this may be
Oh, you know what this sounds like? Fuck. Do you guys remember there was this Tim Dillon clip that was fucking amazing, where he was destroying these YouTubers that were talking about COVID and the vaccine and shit. This was peak pandemic times. And it was just two, like, again, they were teenagers, like airhead teenagers, just trying to talk about COVID and the pandemic and vaccines and shit. And they just sounded it wasn't that they were saying anything wrong. They just sounded completely dumb. Like, to the point where, like, you'd question if they legitimately had brain cells. She sounds kind of similar to them. Or like Austin McBroom's wife. That kind of like comatose type of like vibe where you're not sure if it's the drugs or just that's the only way they can deal with the horrors of everyday life, just being like half comatose. Shit.
dumbest thing anyone has ever said. I am baffled by how dumb she is, but again, what was I expecting? Subconsciously describing the reason she's with D'Elia. Mrs. Diddler values one thing, money. It might be her most redeeming quality. So they
Mrs. Diddler.
say narcissists always make it about themselves. Exhibit A for everyone. I mean, good lord, now I want to watch more of this insane dynamic. Who's with me? So basically, we have two redacts, whom are not Jewish or black, measuring the coolness of said ethnicities by their hardships and when they had to go through them, as well as money. What are we doing here, Boss? Only a complete lunatic moron would marry this guy, and she's clearly a lunatic moron, so I guess that plays. She kind of looks like a humanoid robot with artificial redactedness. So let me get this right. She turned herself into a Jew, put herself through shit, and she still has so much money. That's cool.
And like they've just like gone through so much shit, and they still have like so much money.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
That's cool.
This kind of reminds me of what's that? Brendan Schaub's wife saying something similar when somebody made a comment about, oh, do you listen to the haters or something? She's like, oh well, they're not in shape and they don't have good cars or something, so who would listen to them? Something like that. Something like they're not in shape or they don't have money or they don't, something like that. Huh? But then again, it made a lot of sense, innit? Like, you know, we find our soulmates out there, innit? Fucking hell, man. Yeah. Big up Kristen, I guess, innit? Oh. But still, the video that started it all, the thing that started it all was definitely this. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? This is what started it all. This started it all. Do you remember this?
He was listening. You go, I'm into guys.
Let's fast forward it. It's around here, I think. Yeah,
This woman.
Oh, there you go. That's what it is.
This woman.
All right, what do you got, Jane Cat?
Okay, so this woman is a teacher. She taught in a middle school and a high school. She was recently charged for sending one of her former students nudes through Snapchat.
You know what's funny when you watch this video back? He was reading through the story before, what's her face? Kat was reading it. So he already was getting the alarm bell. That's why he started doing his eyebrow thing, like he was twitching. And that might have started the weird, dodgy eye thing he has going on. That's already started the spasms with the eye and the eyebrows, because he was reading the story thinking, hold on, but Snapchats can't be recorded, right? That's strong boomer energy as well, by the way. I don't even use Snapchat, and I would imagine any app that says you can't record anything, it's like, yes, you can. You can obviously it will alert somebody if you record it if they want to stop that feature, but you just take another phone and record it. It happens all the time. You see people sharing pictures and videos of people or things they recorded from their phone screen or someone's Snapchat all the time. Especially back when people used to send each other nudes and shit. You'd see it all the time, like every time. I think that famous video. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but there's a famous video that went viral many years ago. Some British dude that went to Thailand and it's from the fucking ladyboys out there and was doing his business. I'm assuming consensual and he paid them whatever it may be. And I think that video was recorded from somebody's phone, like a broken screen. I remember it being like a cracked screen and it was like a Snapchat. And that guy was recording, uploading on his Snapchat. And one of his friends obviously outed him and was recording it off the phone. And I'm pretty sure that was a thing. So the fact that he didn't know that is real boomer energy.
She was also Miss Kentucky at one point.
Jeez.
And her excuse was that she was trying to send a nude photo of her through Snapchat to her husband, but accidentally sent it to one of her students. And when
Look how worried he is already. I just noticed this now, actually. He was worried from the minute one because he read through the story. It's not, because I thought at the point where Kat mentions about the recording, that's when his ears perked up, but he actually was worried from the start because he read it. He was like, hold on, but you can't record.
Bondage, she freaked out and sent him more.
Oh, she's full of shit. Obviously, be better at lying, but also, she deserved.
Brendan,
to go to prison for 2 years for sending a teenage boy tits.
Well, how old was
she?
he?
Sent him more. Well, he's in
15, yeah.
15.
And
oh,
she
that
is
kid's probably
29.
damaged for the rest of his life, or he has jacking material for
more? Yes.
Look
But
how
here's the
worried
thing. She sent it through Snapchat. Why does she have her students snap?
Look how worried he is.
Yeah, well, that's weird. Yeah.
Let me see her body. Dude, if I'm 15
That's amazing.
and this history teacher sends me those tits,
Look how uninterested he is in a woman because she's obviously, she's too old for him. Like, she might as well be a fucking OAP. She might as well be in a wheelchair. Do you know what I mean? She might as well be fucking Meryl fucking Streep.
Yeah.
You'd be stoked.
Very strange to me, though. It's such a weird thing to do.
Wait,
That's
hold
a-
on.
Wait, she won an award?
Strong core.
She was
has a strong core.
2014 Miss Kentucky.
That's a strong
Wow.
core.
Kentucky, not exactly that
All right.
competitive.
All right, man. You said that
I know.
3 times.
Yeah, no, I heard you the 7th time and I ignored it.
It's just a strong core.
Very
Okay,
SpongeBob-ish.
But hold on a second. How did it come out? Like, how did they
The
Parents.
boy's mother ended up finding it.
Fucking
finding
haters.
it? What do you mean? It doesn't,
Haters.
Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
Wow.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. Especially now in the era of screen recordings, there is no such thing as fucking not deleting messages because you can just screen record your entire screen. I do that with fucking UFC shit. You know what I mean? Because now there's a setting you can fiddle around with where you can screen. Because I think before the BT app they just fucking disabled it, but you can legitimately just screen record clips. I do it all the time, even YouTube clips, and upload them onto Twitter if you want later. But the fact that he didn't know and found out then, classic face. Look at his face. Classic. Absolutely classic. Look at that.
You got to know that that's gonna.
That's the face of a fucking sicko who's just been fucking uncovered. And then the next video is probably the funniest one, in my opinion. Where is it? Have I got it here? Where is it? I must have it here. There we go. Not that one. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. The next clip, the following day, when all it comes out, right? This is the one.
Guys, sorry, I'm wearing my sunglasses.
Papa got his lip.
Oh, by the way, you know what's funny about this? If I'm not mistaken, again, what's that thing called? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Fire and the Kid Clips channel have removed or unlisted or privated or deleted the clip of them reacting to the Crystalia allegations the first time. I think at the back of the documentary. It's gone now. So obviously you can find the clip in this whole video, but the actual clip that I think had like 1,000 views at the time, they've deleted it. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. I'm pretty sure I tried to find it and it's not there. I'm pretty sure. It's completely gone. But this video is fucking classic, man. Bryan trying to take attention away from the situation by fucking highlighting his fucking lids. That was a mad arc, innit? Bryan trying to desperately resurrect his dying Hollywood career that probably was never flipping alive in the first place. not knowing. Oh, and also throwing Chris Lee under the bus, not knowing that his time was soon to be coming. Or soon to be coming. Does that sound right? Anyway, but you know what I mean. He's threw Chris Lee under the bus, tried to resurrect his own career with his fucking eyelid surgery, and then soon after, his own allegations came out of fucking R-word, just as bad, if not as equal as what he was going through. Big up Colin Leach.
Merry Christmas, eggs. Wishing you, and everyone in the chat, a great start to 2023, smiley face, Christmas tree.
Big up Colin Leach for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Big up, and Merry Christmas to you and everyone else in the chat. Get those Christmas trees in the fucking chat if you love Christmas. Get those Christmas trees in the chat if you love Christmas. Big up everybody tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. But fucking hell. So yeah, this clip is gone from the Clips channel. If someone else can find it, let me know. But I'm pretty sure it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's not there anymore. I'm pretty sure it's gone. Let's play it.
Had an operation.
No, you look good. My gosh.
Oh, you haven't seen my eyes?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, big up. Another one. Al Gore, big up.
Cheers for the company.
No, big up Algorithm. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big up you for the company. I can't do this stuff without you guys, and thank you for hanging in there. I know I went a bit MIA for a while. Most of you who've been around these parts, you will know why I went MIA. You will understand why. But I'm back now, nice and healthy, ready to do the fucking streams. But what a fucking horrible bummer of a stream to come back to, innit? Watching that fucking documentary. Big up the guy that put it together. Amazing. And obviously, thoughts and feelings go out to the victims. But God almighty, they're tough to watch, man. That exactly, yeah, you know the vibe, Uche. You know the vibes. You know what, go on. But yeah, this video is fucking horrendous.
Did you get beat with 2 bats or 1?
I got beat with 2 bats, but apparently the swelling will go down.
And then
that's what happened.
And then it looks better.
Apparently this is permanent.
You look like you got stung by more bees than I did.
That's right. This is permanent, and this is what I'm going to look like. So thank you very much, everybody.
Is it painful?
I'll do the podcast without him on, but it might be too distracting. So we might want to keep this on.
No, it's not distracting.
All right.
Brian, does it hurt though? Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt. There's no pain.
It doesn't hurt?
Isn't that weird?
Did it hurt
There's
when
no
you
pain.
did
Your
it?
eyes? No, your eyes.
Hey. Can we stop with the small chat and just get to the point where you talk about your friend that's a fucking diddler? Can we get to there, please?
Just don't have a lot of maybe nerve endings in it. I don't know what it is.
Hopefully it gets better soon, then.
Yep. I think, Brennan, we have to at least talk about this. You guys, if you follow the news, if you're alive, if you've been following this Twitter thing the way...
This Twitter thing, all right. Understatement of the fucking century, mate. This Twitter thing.
We have, you know what's going on with our friend Chris. I'm not, in these situations, people in Hollywood tell you what to say. And I said to Brennan, what we can do is tell the truth. And I'm not going to sit here. I'm a man.
Whenever someone says I'm going to tell the truth and I'm going to be real, or I don't mean to be rude, it's always the opposite. I don't mean to be rude. They're going to be rude. I'm okay. Oh, super chat. Big up Eve or Ev.
Love your work, mate. Merry Christmas.
Love your work as well. Thank you for the Australian, I think that is, $15 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Merry Christmas. Get those fucking Christmas trees in the chat. Big up you, Eve. I appreciate you. Much love. Merry Christmas, everybody out there. But yeah, anytime somebody says, I'm going to be real, I'm going to be, I don't mean to be rude, it's always the opposite. Always. When they declare something like this. People in Hollywood, as his eyes are looking like he got punched up by fucking Mike Tyson or some shit. Probably turn him on. But yeah, I think some Uja Cinderella, imagine getting the faces for still looking old. Man, honestly, this is like poetry. This is like something you couldn't write in a script. He's trying to resurrect his career, trying to give it a kickstart, trying to allow himself to get more roles so he can go whatever. He got rid of that fucking Pepe Le Pew, Hey Arthur fucking quiff thing he had going on there, and trying to get the eyelids done to make his face look younger, yeah, to get more roles. Imagine you're 50 years old and you're going under the knife for Hollywood, right? And he's got a dad that's worth millions. Doesn't need to work in his life anymore, and he's putting himself under the knife to get more roles, not knowing of the fucking tornado that's about to be approaching him very, very soon. Crazy.
Man, and I define myself on how I respond to these situations in real time when the pressure's really on. And so this is what I'll say.
This nigga's thinking he's fucking fighting in fucking Afghanistan. Pressure really on. Your friend's a diddler. It's not, you know what I mean? You're not getting fucking called up for war, man. Relax.
I always knew Chris is a ladies' man. I have never, and I'm going to say this, I have never seen or heard of him doing anything illegal.
Oh, really, dude?
Ever. This is as shocking to me as I'm watching this happen. I don't know what to think, and I don't know what to say. I don't. But I'm going to say it again. I have personally never heard or seen him do anything illegal. That's all I can say.
Lies.
And right now I have to believe
Lies.
it because he's still a friend.
Lies.
And it may be unpopular to say that, but I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to do. And I'm not going to be some, I just think it's an impossible situation. And
you're not going to be with some what? Spit it out, mate. You're not going to be some what?
I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. And I'm praying that what I'm hearing isn't true. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Let's see Brendan's face.
I can't talk. I can't talk.
Yo, you know what's fucking wild about this? You know what's fucking wild about this? Look at the comments. Look at the comments. Look at how sycophantic these fucking fans are, right? Look at the comments. Why did I fucking uptick that? Fuck that. Let's get that off there. Look at this. Look at the fucking comments. Callen's willingness to expose his lids in order to attempt to break the seriousness of the moment shows his dedication as a friend and podcaster. Rinks is a solid dude. He was honestly endearing to watch Bryan lift the shades up after they came back from the break. Dude made himself the butt of the joke once again to lift the room to lift the spirit in the room. Podcast fans are fucking lost. I love Bryan, man. Takes his glasses off like that to let Brendan take shots at him to get things back on track. Brendan gets my respect for crying and keeping it in. I shed a tear too. I love delete. Some of these fuckers haven't cried or shed a tear for their own grandmother dying, right? Some of them haven't cried for their own partner having a miscarriage. Some of them haven't cried for their own dad's mum dying. I don't know what that one. Or your mum's wife, you know, whatever, right? But yet they're crying, sobbing, tears because of somebody that they know, a comedian, you know, having a harem full of young girls that they are allegedly doing some untoward things to. When is the last time you seen Brendan cry like this? I'll tell you. When he made that fake video where his friends are flipping, thanking him for being a stand-up, and also when his friend gets accused of diddling.
It's just, you know, it's like, it's a weird.
I can't think about what they're crying about. Think about what they're crying about. Just think about what they're crying about. It's as if like it's an innocent man, someone that you would have never expected being accused of the most heinous crimes, and they're all shocked by it.
Weird thing, because I said to Brendan, I said it's like you know, it's like watching someone die or something. And also, it's just.
Oh, no.
You know, we haven't. What's important is that we haven't spoken to Chris.
No.
And we've never been on the road with him. I was on the road with him about 14 years ago once.
14 years ago, what? Look at this. Bryan probably deserved, if anything, karmic retribution for that. Again, as much as I want them to speak out about their friends, but if you're going to be a slimeball with your friends, be a slimeball. But don't try and abandon ship when everything's going down because you want to protect yourself. No. Go down with the fucking nonsense as well. The fact that he tried to throw Chris under the bus, knowing full well of his own skeletons, is absolutely heinous. He could have just remained quiet. The fact that he went over the top. I haven't spoken to this guy. We've never been friends. And he went through his fucking Instagram and deleted all the pictures of them together and shit. And tried to lie and say it's because of his daughter. Or because my daughter was getting... Like, what? Huh? Your daughter? Really? Now suddenly your daughter's an issue? Cool, man. Cool.
When he was, just beginning. But I've never been on the road with him, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think, and I don't know. And that's what's so frustrating.
I'm just sad.
Yeah.
I'm sad. I don't.
So anyway.
The fake fucking cycling collaboration, right? The T5K fucking subreddit kids, the homeless cats, they exposed that one as well, right? Where he pretended to have a fucking collaboration with Specialized for Thick Boy Bike Club. Again, what's happened to that? Thick Boy Bike Club has fucking died, innit? Right? He doesn't promote that anymore. That grift is fucking over. He tried to lie at the collaboration with with Specialized, and people found out it was just some custom gear that you can order online and get your own logo on it, like kind of white label type stuff. Keenness. Drinking whiskey straight out of the bottle with no glass. Many questions.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the best thing to say, is to say, I don't know what to say. And I'm just, I don't know, man. Yeah. It's a fucked up thing.
I can't talk. Fuck.
Well, that's appropriate. That's appropriate right now. You can just pray that that nothing's.
How about the victims? Can we not pray for the victims? Can we not say if these allegations are true, then this man is a monster and it's disgusting, and I hope the victims get some justice in some regard? No? Or are we just gonna talk about our friend and his ability to tell jokes on a fucking stage? Come on, brothers. Fucking hell.
It's true.
Because no matter what the facts are, whatever comes out, I'm as shocked as anyone. I'm hurt. I'm mad.
No, what kind of sentence is that? No matter what the facts are, I'm shocked and hurt. Huh?
I'm fucking mad, man. I'm mad at him.
And this fucking ninja had his own fucking DMs leaked as well. It's just like... But honestly, I said it before prior. The reason why a lot of them never came out and said nothing, because they all had their own skeletons. They all had their own things going on. They didn't want the fucking lens to be turned on them. So they just completely kind of stayed quiet, which obviously makes sense. But it goes to show, man, there's so many fucking scumbags. But is it just maybe it's a nightlife thing, isn't it? Because it's essentially nightlife, kind of entertainment vibes. It's after dark. It's loads of... It's probably like... I'm trying to think. There's not a lot of things that adults do in terms of like recreationally, right? Maybe that's why, again, it's like ripe for that kind of debauchery, because it's a weird thing, because the stand-ups themselves get to exist in this kind of perpetual kind of infantile stage. Like they're kind of like adult babies. They're kind of adult teenagers in a way. Because you get the ability to tell jokes on stage and be a fucking gesture and a clown, right? To be a gesture and a clown, you kind of have to tap into your silly side. Silly is mostly something that's quite juvenile, quite young, quite kiddie. You're not a real grown-up. You haven't really, you're not accepted the fact that you're an old guy or an old girl and you've got a family and whatnot, you've got responsibilities. You're kind of silly and you're perpetual Peter Pan type thing. You're going around all these different places. You're moving around. You don't stay in a certain place. People in your life changing in and out and whatnot. Maybe that's what kind of makes that thing happen. And again, the fans also. Like, like some of these guys become like famous in their own little niche in their kind of adult age. That's probably quite hard to handle. All the fucking adulation, especially when it's girls and stuff. It starts fucking with your head. We see what's happened. Look at Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson lost his mind. He's gone completely cuckoo, off the reservation. And he became super famous in like, what, his 50s or something like that? Neil deGrasse Tyson, another one. Somebody I was a big fan of before. He's turned into an absolute prick over the last few years. He's let the fame go to his head. There's something really intoxicating and hard to handle, that kind of fame and adulation. And I think it's even worse with the comedians because of that kind of like top-down, you're the subordinates, you have to laugh at my joke. Kind of, you see all that kind of, who's that Asian dude that hangs around Schultz, where he's kind of scolding the audience for not laughing and shit. All these kind of, this kind of weird, controlling, narcissistic, psychopathic vibes. Like, do you know what I mean? Like the kind of stuff that you would imagine somebody that beats women would do, right? Like taking stuff. I don't know. It's just something about it that's right for it. But it's very interesting as an industry because I kind of think of like adults. Like where do adults go and hang out outside of bars, restaurants, and theaters and stuff? It's a weird place, isn't it? They go to comedy shows and then they give these people love and affection and adoration. I don't know. It's just strange. It's just really strange.
Okay. Okay. Back.
Fucking Redux. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. But yeah, what can you do in it? Oh, and the last one I'll play is this. I thought this was fucking hilarious. Let's play this before I fucking head out because this is giving me a complete headache. Have you seen this? Barstool Sports obviously uploaded it also, which is absolutely amazing because hasn't Brendan got a deal with them, especially with that fucking Rough and Rowdy. I'm guessing this is the last Rough and Rowdy. He's not going to do any more because this is pretty brutal. Because the caption is fucking aggressive as fuck. Look at the caption. I lost IQ watching this. This is taken from the Barstool Sports Twitter page. Stool Sports. Barstool Football Sports account. Look at this clip.
Mbappe, is his name Mbappe, whatever his name from France.
Mbappe.
Another freak.
He won the Golden Boot.
He won the Golden Boot?
Now, you know Messi, Mbappe, and Niedermeyer are all teammates in Premier League.
Mbappe.
Niedermeyer. Again, Mbappe, maybe I can have some, slight understanding why you get that pronunciation wrong.
Mbappe, is his name Mbappe, whatever his name from France.
Mbappe.
You don't know if maybe sometimes you don't know if the M is silent or whatnot. Cool.
Another freak.
He won the Golden Boot.
He won the Golden Boot.
Now, you know Messi, Mbappe, and Niedermeyer?
Those letters don't exist in this man's name. It's Neymar. There's no way you would ever, maybe you say Neymar or something, but Niedermeyer. He suddenly turns into a German soccer player and they all play in the Premier League. Again, multi-millionaire. Born on fucking third base. Holy shit. It's fucking insane. Absolutely insane. And you know what I also appreciate is the fact that he says stuff with such confidence. Like he says it legitimately like he knows what he's talking about. Niedermeyer, right? The Niedermeyer guy? Niedermeyer. Who the fuck is Niedermeyer? Anyways, I'm done. I'm done. I can't. No more, man. No more. No mass. No fucking mass. I can't. Does this screen work with this chat? Oh yeah, that does work. I can't. No more. No mass, man. No fucking mass. But yeah. What can I say here? Big up everyone that tuned in to the chat. I appreciate every single one of you here. I'm going to try and reload this again because it keeps stopping and pausing. I got to find out a way of making this work because it keeps fucking pausing after a while. But big up everybody that tuned in. I appreciate every single one of you. Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. Merry fucking Christmas. Random Show episode number 74. If it's your first time tuning in, make sure you smash that like button for me down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Hopefully you all have a great Christmas and you get all the gifts and all the malarkey that you need, all the blessings, all the fucking love and adoration. And even if you don't get some love and adoration, have a little toast on me and that would be great. I'll probably do some more live streams, later on as well because I'm bored, I've got nothing to do. So I probably might do one on maybe Monday. Maybe I'll do another one on Monday. So if you're around on Monday and you want to hang out again, we'll do another one on Monday. But yeah, big up everybody tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you legitimately. It's been fucking fun as fuck to hang out again. I forgot how fun these things are because clearly I was off the reservation doing other things, and I forgot about how fun these things can be. But big up all of you. Honestly, appreciate every single one of you. I'll have timestamps hopefully done by the later on in the day. So check back, and obviously I'll pull some clips of stuff that I like or that I think might be funny that you guys can check out. But yeah, man, big up everybody. Big up everybody that tune in. If you tune into the mix as well, check out the mix that I did earlier. That was pretty fun. Do more of those things going forward as well. But big up everybody in the chat. Big up AR. Big up Uche as usual. Big up Jordan. Big up Bryan. Big up Charles Lucas. Big up the One and Under. Colin Leach. Cloud K20. Glass. Evie. Hector. Who else is here? Hector's first channel. Who else is here? Who else haven't said? Who else I haven't said here? Who haven't said big up Sir, what's that? Sir Vera Design. Big up TV Huck. Big up everybody that's tuning. Big up Coiler, of course. Big up everybody. Every single one of you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Merry fucking Christmas. Hope you have a good one. And I'll see you guys definitely before the new year. Like I said, I'll be back probably here on Monday. And yeah, blessings and love and light, every single one of you. Take care, be safe, and hope you have a good one, innit? Hope you get all the things that you deserve and more. Oh yeah, and big up Algorithm too. Big up Algorithm, hopefully. And yeah, bless up, man. Take care. Peace.